Chapter 31:14. The leopard-headed humanoid squinted his eyes and waved his claws. The tentacles and monster core of the sea beast disappeared at the same time. Then, he waved his right claw in the air and a yellow brilliance appeared. It turned into a dozen plumes of smoke and dust that rushed into the sparks. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of muffled sounds, the sparks disappeared and the smoke and dust slowly dispersed. The woman raised her eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. Then, she raised her jade-like hands slightly and a golden cauldron the size of a fist appeared. As soon as the small cauldron appeared, the space within a foot of it distorted rapidly. It was as if the temperature of the small cauldron was so high that it was about to melt the space. The space-splitting cauldron? You're Qing Chen from the Great Snow Mountain. The leopard-headed humanoid was slightly stunned when he saw the small cauldron. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yes, it's me. The woman heard him and replied proudly, if you're afraid, tell me your name immediately and let me see where you're from. If you're related, I'll let you off for the sake of Su Zhuoyang. Otherwise. Otherwise, what can you do? The leopard-headed humanoid sneered. He opened his mouth and a square box the size of a thumb flew out. The box was square and did not look special. However, when the leopard-headed humanoid breathed a mouthful of demonic aura on it, a reddish-yellow brilliance rushed into the air and a mountain peak a few feet high appeared in the brilliance. The magnificent mountain box? How did you get this treasure? Seeing this, Master Qing Chen's expression changed and his hand that was controlling the space-splitting cauldron slowed down. This treasure was originally mine. Where did I get it from? The leopard-headed humanoid sneered. Although your space-splitting cauldron is powerful, it can't do anything to my magnificent mountain box. Do you still dare to fight with me? Why wouldn't I dare? I'd like to see, what ability do you have to control the magnificent mountain box? Master Qing Chen sneered. He lifted his hand and a tricolored flame rushed out from the space-splitting cauldron. Don't worry, my two fellow immortals. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar. Humph. When Master Qing Chen heard this, he bent the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it gently. The 3-foot-long fire dragon that had flown out of the cracked void cauldron returned to the small cauldron. When she looked up, she saw a golden sword light flying toward them from the eastern horizon like a meteor. In just a moment, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes dressed in a scholar's robe appeared in front of them on a flying sword. Humph. The leopard-headed man also snorted coldly. He opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of demonic energy. The so-called magnificent mountain box shrank back to the size of a thumb and fell into his mouth. It's all my fault. As soon as the middle-aged man landed, he immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile, because this treasure hunt in the West Sea is too important, I didn't dare to neglect it. Therefore, other than this one's name, this one did not reveal the names of the others. My apologies for causing a misunderstanding between the two of you. It doesn't matter. Master Qing Chen smiled faintly and said, Su Tanyue has already made this clear. You don't have to apologize now. Su Swansea. The leopard-headed man opened his mouth and shouted, I know you have a wide range of friends, but I still underestimated you. The little beauty of the Great Snow Mountain was not someone ordinary people could meet. You actually invited her here. Your relationship is definitely not ordinary. This middle-aged man was Su Zhuoyang, whom Master Qing Chen had mentioned. However, when Su Zhuoyang heard this, his expression did not change at all. He glanced at the leopard-headed man indifferently and said with a smile, Leopard Immortal, you are frank and outspoken. You say whatever is on your mind. You are much better than ordinary people with dirty thoughts. However, I still have to disappoint Leopard Jinren. Among the treasures of the West Sea, there's something that Master Pure Dust wants. Therefore, although I'm only acquainted with the Dharmakaya, once I asked for your help, you immediately agreed. Ha ha ha, I don't believe it. The leopard-headed humanoid named Leopard Spiritual Master laughed. But at this moment, the sound of a crane's cry came from the distant horizon. Su Zhuoyang and the others looked up and saw a faint white spot on the sea surface in the northeast, which was already somewhat dark. Good. Su Zhuoyang clapped his hands and said with a smile, the other two are also here. However, when the white spot flew closer, it was revealed that there was an old man sitting cross-legged on the back of a white crane that was several feet in size. The old man was dressed in a linen robe. His forehead was very wide, his eyes were very bright, and his white hair was fluttering like snow. When the old man floated down from the back of the white crane, a white cloud immediately appeared under his feet. Coupled with the emerald cane in his hand, he really looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The white crane, like Master Qing Chen's rainbow phoenix, sensed leopard immortal's breath from far away and flew very hesitantly. The old man also flicked his big sleeve and kept the white crane in it. Then, he flew over and looked at the three people. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Greet you all." Su Zhuoyang heard that the old man not only did not report his name, but also frowned slightly with a complicated expression on his face. After returning the greeting, he whispered, "What's wrong? That person can't come?" "Alas, yes." The old man sighed, "Man proposes, God disposes. That person has already agreed. I was waiting at the foot of the mountain, but before I left, there was an important matter that he had to attend to. Brother Su, I have failed you." "Hee, it's okay." Su Zhuoyang's brows relaxed and he said with a smile, "It's best that we have Zen Master Liao Kong. Without him, we can still enter." "Zen Master Liao Kong?" Master Qing Chen was surprised and asked, "Are you talking about Zen Master Liao Kong of Huanglian Temple?" "Yes." Su Zhuoyang said with a bitter smile, "Isn't it Zen Master Liao Kong, who is proficient in Buddhist arrays? With his help, we are naturally not afraid of the arrays of the West Sea relic. Therefore, although I am not very familiar with Zen Master Liao Kong, I especially entrusted Brother Chu. Alas, Zen Master Liao Kong definitely can't come at this time." Master Qing Chen sighed, "The Feast of All Souls at Dong and Zen Temple is about to open. He is going to preach." Hee. Hearing this, Su Zhuoyang laughed again. "Since Zen Master Liao Kong is not coming, then he won't come. This is God's will. Since we are here, we naturally have our fate. Let me introduce you, this is Brother Chu Muhuan of the Chu family in the hidden immortal continent." Then, Su Zhuoyang raised his hand and pointed at the old man. When the old man heard Su Zhuoyang mention Zen Master Liao Kong's name, he knew that he would not return empty-handed this time. He also smiled and cupped his hands. "I am Chu Muhuan. Greetings to the two fellow immortals. I am Qing Chen from the Great Snow Mountain in the Pure Land world. Greetings to Chu Tanyue." Master Qing Chen put her palms together and bowed to return the greeting. "I am Leopard Spiritual Master from the Flat Forest Mountain in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm." Leopard Spiritual Master raised his two claws casually and cupped his hands casually to salute. Seeing that the three people had finished their greetings, Su Zhuoyang said with a smile, "Since everyone is familiar with each other, we will be in the same boat in the following time. This West Sea relic is really famous. I have heard about it for many years, but I never thought that one day I would personally come to explore the true face of this treasure. Especially with the help of the fellow immortals, I will definitely return with a full load this time." Su Swansea. Leopard Spiritual Master was dissatisfied. "We have already introduced ourselves, why don't you say anything? Although we all know you, this is the basic etiquette of the hidden immortal continent, right?" "Of course." Su Zhuoyang patted his forehead and said with a bitter smile, "I really neglected it. Thank you for your reminder, fellow immortal leopard." Then, Su Zhuoyang cupped his hands and bowed. "I am Su Zhuoyang, a disciple of the hidden immortal continent's Fecta sect. I am not proficient in the 6 arts, but I like the art of divination. Thus, I won the title of Divine Diviner. I am not talented, so I am ashamed." "That's right." Leopard Spiritual Master also cupped his hands and returned the salute. "Your hidden immortal continent is known as the origin of etiquette. If you don't remember this basic etiquette in your heart, who would be convinced? Fellow immortal leopard, you are wrong." Su Zhuoliang stood up and said seriously, my hidden immortal continent is the inheritance of Confucian cultivators, which emphasizes on the contention of 100 schools of thought. I naturally don't know who would belittle the 1,000 demons sacred realm. But I know that my Fecta sect never asks about one's background. Otherwise, would not be able to make friends with fellow immortals. Hee, of course I am not talking about you. Leopard spiritual master laughed, I can come here because of your face. If it was someone else. Leopard spiritual master glanced at Master Qing Chen, who was not far away. At this time, Master Qing Chen had recovered his solemn appearance. He looked straight ahead as if he did not hear what Leopard spiritual master said. Su Zhuoliang smiled in his heart. He knew what Leopard spiritual master meant, but he could not say a word about this matter. Brother Su, Chu Muhuan seized the opportunity to ask, if Zen Master Liao Kong does not come, how can we break the array? Where is the West Sea relic in the West Sea? At this time, you should tell us the location. We can consult together and work together to make sure nothing goes wrong. Hearing Chu Muhuan mention the West Sea relic, Leopard spiritual master's eyes lit up. His withered yellow eyes no longer looked at Master Qing Chen, but stared at Su Zhuoliang. Yes, Brother Chu is right. Su Zhuoliang nodded and explained, this is the time to discuss it. However, although I am the initiator of this treasure hunt, I am not the only one. What? There are other people? Chu Muhuan was stunned and frowned. Brother Su, why didn't you say this earlier? I can come to the West Sea, because I value your integrity. If it was someone else who initiated it, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Chapter 31:15. Brother Chu, please don't worry. Su Zhuoliang smiled bitterly. He looked at Chu Muhuan, then at Leopard Taoist Master and Master Qing Chen, and explained patiently, this person's identity is a bit special. Before I see him, I can't reveal his identity. Of course, you three should rest assured. That person's friendship with me is not inferior to yours. If I didn't trust him, I would never have come to the West Sea. Su Zhuoliang turned his hand over, and a thumb-sized black object appeared in his hand. He said, that person has already given this to me. After I checked it, I found that the information recorded in it is detailed and true. It doesn't seem to be fake. Can I take a look at it? Chu Muhuan's brows did not relax as he asked. Of course. Su Zhuoliang did not hesitate. He raised his hand, and the black object flew out. Chu Muhuan grabbed it and it fell into his hand. Then, Chu Muhuan raised his hand and was about to place it on his forehead when Su Zhuoliang hurriedly shouted, Brother Chu, this object can't be seen with divine sense. You need to use eye-clearing magic. Oh. So strange. Although Chu Muhuan was surprised, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Then, Chu Muhuan placed his hand in front of Su Zhuoliang's eyes. His eyes flickered with a faint green light. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he finally withdrew it. After he closed his eyes for a moment, he raised his hand and the item flew back into Su Zhuoliang's hand. How is it? Leopard Taoist Master could not help but ask. It's true. Chu Muhuan replied calmly, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. If I could see it, would I still need to ask? Leopard Taoist Master laughed, I don't have as many magic skills as you. I'll take a look. Master Qing Chen stretched out her hand, and a jade-like hand came out of her sleeve. Leopard Taoist Master's withered yellow eyes could not help but glance at the delicate wrist. Master, please. Su Zhuoliang handed the object to Master Qing Chen and said with a smile, however, I must remind you that this object can't be seen with Buddhist sense. I know. Master Qing Chen smiled, took the item, and said, since the divine perception technique of the Confucian school can't be used, the Buddhist perception of the Buddhist sect won't work either. Master Qing Chen took the object and did not use any magical power. Instead, she looked it up and down with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she nodded and said, this is the ink cloud pupil used in ancient records. It has long been lost. Not to mention any recorded method, even the materials were nowhere to be found. This poor nun has seen the image of this item in a pile of old papers. As he spoke, Wizard Qing Chen raised a Mo Yuntong. However, he did not place it on his forehead. Instead, he placed it next to his ear. A faint light flashed in Master Qing Chen's ears and slowly covered Mo Yuntong. I thought that the heavenly ear connection could only be used for hearing. After practicing the heavenly ear connection, one could hear things from 100 miles, 1,000 miles, or even 10,000 miles away. Who would have thought that the heavenly ear connection could be used in this way? Su Tianyue doesn't practice Buddhism, so he doesn't know about the Buddhist magic. Master Qing Chen opened his eyes and said lightly, "How can the heavenly ear connection of the Buddhist sect be so shallow?" After practicing the heavenly ear connection, one can not only hear everything, including the sound of heaven, the sound of human beings, and the sound of the three evils, but also recognize the 3,000 macro worlds according to the sound. He can attain the Buddha fruit. Yes, the Buddhist magic is indeed extraordinary. Immortal Leopard nodded vigorously. I never thought that in the Buddhist sect, one could use their ears to judge people. Then why do we need eyes? Of course, we need to use our eyes to see people's hearts. Master Qing Chen said in a cold tone. She took the ink cloud pupil from her ear and handed it to Su Zhuoyang. She said, "The content inside should be consistent with what Su Tianyue said. I also believe in Su Tianyue." Good. Su Zhuoyang took the ink cloud pupil and carefully put it away. He said with a smile, "Thank you for your trust." However, he immediately raised his eyes to look at the dark sea and said, "This is not the place that person invited us to. We still have to hurry and get there before dawn." Who is this person? Immortal Leopard was unhappy. I came from the Holy Land and spent a lot of time. It's fine that he didn't meet us here, but why didn't he wait for us here? He, Su Zhuoyang smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with a silver-white brilliance. He looked around and said with great confidence, "Leopard immortal friend, as long as you see that person, you will definitely not say such words again. That person has a good reason for not coming." With that, Su Zhuoyang looked up at a direction in the distance. His silver-white eyes were particularly eye-catching in the night. A golden sword light appeared under his feet, and he was about to soar into the sky. "Let's go. I'll lead the way. It won't take more than 6 hours." Speaking of this, Su Zhuoyang naturally looked back and glanced at the three people. At the same time, his eyes swept over the lava island under their feet. "Let's go," Immortal Leopard roared around him. He stepped on the wind and flew more than 100 feet away. Seeing that Immortal Leopard had left, Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan waved their sleeves. The colorful Wan and the cloud crane flew out. The two birds stretched their wings in the air, but none of them dared to make a loud sound. Just as they were about to step on their mounts, Su Zhuoyang suddenly said hurriedly, "Wait." "Oh. Su Xuanzi, what's the matter?" Immortal Leopard asked unhappily as the wind stopped. Immortal Leopard, Master Qing Chen, the silver-white color in Su Zhuoyang's eyes had disappeared. It was replaced by a kind of astonishment. Who arrived here first? "It's me." Master Qing Chen's face also showed a strange expression. She followed Su Zhuoyang's gaze and looked at the lava island under their feet. "This place. I've already checked it. There's nothing wrong. Could it be that Su Tianyue found something? It's really interesting." Su Zhuoyang's face showed a thoughtful expression. "I didn't expect to meet an overseas cultivator in the depths of the West Sea. And, the magic array outside the cultivator's cave is also strange. It seems to be very powerful. If my 1,000 eyes hadn't just improved, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered the strangeness inside." When Master Qing Chen heard this, her face changed slightly and became a little hot. She didn't expect that there was an overseas cultivator hiding under the feet of the four of them. It was especially hidden from her heavenly ears, but it was discovered by Su Zhuoyang's 1,000 eyes. She wanted to activate her heavenly ears again, but after thinking for a while, she gave up the idea. Since she couldn't find it just now, what was the use of finding it now? See, this is... When Chu Muhuan heard what Su Zhuoyang said, he had already displayed his magical power. His eyes were faintly clear like water. After looking for a while, he couldn't help but cry out in amazement, Brother Su's 1,000 eyes is really powerful. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have been able to find the strangeness of this magic array even if I looked at it 10 times. This magic array seems to. After listening to Chu Muhuan's words, Master Qing Chen's face became less awkward, but she was also very surprised. She asked, Chu Tanyue, what does this magic array seem to be? Chu Muhuan smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. This magic array is hidden in the void. I can only see a little bit with my magical power. It seems to be similar to a legendary ancient magic array, but I can't remember what kind of magic array it is at the moment. Ah. Master Qing Chen was shocked. There's such an expert in the West Sea? Looking at Su Zhuoyang again, he touched his chin with his hand and his eyes flashed with a silver-white color, as if he was thinking about something. Su Swansea. What's there to think about? Leopard Jinren said anxiously, isn't it just right to have someone who is proficient in magic arrays to replace that bald donkey? If he doesn't agree, the 4 of us can just kill him. What's there to hesitate about? Leopard Jinren, it's not that simple. Chu Muhuan said with a smile, since there's such an ancient magic array and he's cultivating in seclusion in the West Sea, the overseas cultivators are usually more tyrannical than us. If we disturb him and can't persuade him, our tracks will be exposed. It's not good for this trip. Although Chu Muhuan didn't say that the 4 of them would work together, his tone was extremely obvious. The overseas cultivators are powerful. I admit it. Leopard Jinren sneered, but along the way, there aren't any powerful sea beasts within 1,000 miles. There's only a sea beast whose strength is between the 3rd and 4th level of essence power in about 800 miles. If there's really an overseas cultivator who's more powerful than us, the surrounding sea beasts wouldn't be so weak, right? Then, the overseas cultivator wouldn't need to use such a magic array to protect himself, right? Although that's the case, the real situation may not be so. Master Qing Chen said faintly, the reason why overseas cultivators are called overseas cultivators is that most of them are cynical and can't coexist peacefully with us 3 continents' immortal friends, so they cultivate in seclusion. These overseas cultivators can't be judged by common sense. In addition, many of the overseas cultivators. What they cultivate isn't the ordinary cultivation method of our 3 continents. It has nothing to do with us Confucian cultivators or Buddhist sects. Chu Muhuan frowned slightly as if he thought of something and said in a low voice, their cultivation method is strange, and their divine abilities are even sharper. The 9th level of essence power isn't suitable for their realm. Seeing that Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan were refuting him, Leopard Jinren's withered yellow eyes rolled. He opened his mouth and was about to spit out demonic aura. Seeing this, Su Zhuoyang hastily flew down a few feet and said anxiously, Leopard Jinren, don't be too hasty. Leopard Jinren didn't want to give Su Zhuoyang face, so he snorted coldly and put his claws behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. A bright moon had appeared in the horizon. The moonlight fell on the surface of the sea like water, and the rarely seen bright white splashes of water surged. Tiny silver fish swam along with the sparkling waves, and the sound of the waves entered their ears. Chapter 31:16. Su Zhuoyang discussed with Chu Muhuan and Master Qing Chen in a low voice for a moment. Then, he raised his voice and said to Leopard's spiritual master, fellow immortal leopard, I've decided. I'll ask this overseas cultivator to come out. Of course, even if he can help, we can't tell him our purpose now. If he's not willing to help, we'll go by ourselves. You should have done this earlier. Leopard's spiritual master sneered, you can just call for that person. Why ask me? Fellow immortal leopard, you should stand with us. Su Zhuoyang said carefully, if you stand there, if that overseas cultivator comes out and sees us surrounding him, I'm afraid there will be some misunderstanding. There might be some twists and turns for no reason. Leopard's spiritual master looked at Su Zhuoyang several times and didn't say anything. His figure turned into the wind and floated behind the three people. However, he was still 100 feet away and didn't come any closer. Brother Chu. Su Zhuoyang was satisfied when he saw this. He turned around and was about to speak when Chu Muhuan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I remember now. This seems to be the legendary heavenly cycle star formation. How is that possible?" Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up. Apart from being surprised, he was also ecstatic. It's said that this cosmic star formation has been lost for a long time. Only the Immortal Palace. Haha, Brother Su, I'm just guessing. I can't be sure. Chu Muhuan's face also showed a trace of joy. If it's the legendary cosmic star formation, this formation isn't something you and I can break. It's not good for us to attack this formation without permission. Brother, please use the cloud crane technique and transmit our goodwill into the formation. Su Zhuoyang urged. Chu Muhuan shook his head slightly. If it's the cosmic star formation, its defense must be flawless. I can't guarantee that the cloud crane can fly in. Let's try it. Su Zhuoyang smiled. If Brother's cloud crane can break through this formation, then our chances of entering the West Sea's lost treasure will be reduced by 20%. Ha 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 ha, Chu Muhuan laughed heartily and made a grabbing motion with his hand. A clear and crystalline light flashed like moonlight, and a 3-inch tall cloud crane phantom appeared. Chu Muhuan softly muttered a few words at the cloud crane's neck. Then, he pointed with his finger. Quick! The cloud crane's body stretched and flew toward the lava island below everyone's feet. As Yunhe charged into the lava, Chu Muhuan's spirit-cleansing eyes and Su Zhuoyang's thousand eyes pupils were activated. They stared closely at Yunhe's figure. A moment later, the unusual phenomenon in their eyes disappeared at the same time. They looked at each other with a trace of understanding in their eyes. Sure enough, the cloud crane's silhouette flew out and landed in front of Chu Muhuan. Chu Muhuan waved his sleeve again, and the silhouette disappeared into his sleeve. Looks like this Su will have to take some responsibility. Su Zhuoyang smiled and opened his mouth. A golden sword light flew out. Su Zhuoyang spread his hands and formed a strange sword seal. The golden sword light split into 8 in midair. Buzz! Buzz! It emitted a strong buzzing sound and rushed into the lava. Rumble! The moment the 8 golden lights fell into the lava, the entire lava island let out an earth-shaking sound. The sea near the lava island shook violently. Ouch! Leopard's spiritual master, who was dozens of feet away from the three of them, suddenly exclaimed. He had been coldly observing Su Zhuoyang and the others' actions. His eyes were fixed on the sparkling and translucent moon disk. At this moment, along with the violent rumbling of the lava island, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear night sky around the full moon. Layers upon layers of dark clouds covered the entire area. Although there was no lightning or rain yet, within the layers of clouds, there were faint flashes of light that were beginning to appear. Crackle! A tall and skinny figure emerged from the lava island amidst a series of flashes of lightning and thunder. Before he could reveal himself in midair, a voice that sounded like a ferocious god sneered coldly in the night sky. Hee, the 2 old fogies didn't dare to come themselves, so they sent 4 little bastards over instead. Come, come, come. Let this Shao see how you 4 foreign cultivators are going to capture this Shao. Following this furious roar like that of a killing god, countless lightning bolts rained down from the dark clouds in the sky, completely enveloping the 4 of them. 9 heavens lightning strike. Chu Muhuan was completely stunned. When the lightning and fire were almost within reach, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly threw the rattan cane in his hand and opened his mouth. Swoosh! With a breath of vital energy, the rattan cane suddenly turned into a towering tree. Its green branches and leaves expanded wildly, as if to cover Su Zhuoyang and the others. Master Qing Chen was also shocked. She was even faster than Chu Muhuan. The space-splitting cauldron rushed out from her hand, and a flame appeared. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared about 100 feet away, blocking the top of Chu Muhuan's rattan cane. Fellow immortal, calm down, calm down. Su Zhuliang's flying sword fell into the lava island and didn't fly out. His face was even more panicked. Seeing the 9 heavens lightning strike, he couldn't understand what Xiaohua was saying. He could only hurriedly shout, "We are fellow immortals from the continent, not foreign cultivators. We are not sent by your enemies. Fellow immortal, you only need to withdraw your magical power, and we will explain everything." The human figure that rushed out of the lava island was naturally Xiaohua. When he saw that the capital star formation was discovered and the sword light fell, he had long suspected that the 2 old ghosts from the Immortal Ascension sect and the Immortal Music sect were here. However, when he saw that the 4 people standing in mid-air outside the lava island were not old monsters above the nascent soul stage, he didn't take a closer look. He thought that they were cultivators from the 4 islands overseas who came to seek revenge under the orders of the 2 old ghosts. As soon as they met, they used the thunder-attracting technique. Moreover, the spirit-killing vital light and the Tai green light were already prepared. When the 9 heavens lightning strike struck, he believed that even if the 4 of them were of the nascent soul stage, he could definitely kill 1 or 2 of them with a sneak attack. Fellow immortal? However, when he heard Su Zhuliang call him fellow immortal, and the language was very different from the language of the Dawn Rain continent. It was very obscure and had a very ancient style. It was also different from the language of Qua rhyming and the others from the Sunset Island. Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. Fortunately, he could understand the 2 words, fellow immortal. In particular, when he scanned the 4 people with his divine thought, he was even more stunned. He pointed at Su Zhuliang and said in an incredulous voice, You are a Confucian cultivator?" Rumble. Just as Xiaohua was wondering, the thunder-attracting technique finally fell. The first thing it hit was naturally Master Qing Chen's splitting cauldron. The fireballs that were hundreds of feet long exploded along with the lightning. It was as powerful as a volcanic sea of fire. However, in the blink of an eye, all the fireballs were destroyed. Pfft! Wizard Qing Chen's face turned red, and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. The cracked space cauldron fell into Wizard Qing Chen's hand with a wail. Buddhism sect. Seeing Master Qing Chen's clothes and the familiar Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua's mouth was wide open and he could hardly close it. Xiaohua's indescribable shock made him forget the layers of thunder. He only used his eyes and divine thought to look between Su Zhuliang and Master Qing Chen. He was more greedy than looking at his first love from more than 10 years ago, fellow immortal, fellow immortal. Seeing that Master Qing Chen's splitting cauldron couldn't withstand Xiaohua's thunder, Su Zhuliang was anxious again. He knew that the Buddha fire of the splitting cauldron was similar to the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. Perhaps it wouldn't be destroyed by the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. However, Chu Muhuan's rattan staff was of the vegetation attribute. Although it wasn't afraid of heavenly thunder, the rattan staff itself was weak and might not be able to withstand heavenly thunder. If the rattan staff was destroyed, the trip to the West Sea would be much more difficult. Therefore, he had to beg for mercy. Please stop the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. Don't hurt fellow immortal Chu's imperial equipment. We will leave immediately. Su Zhuliang spoke too much, so Xiaohua naturally didn't understand. However, looking at Su Zhuliang's anxiety and the 4 people standing together, Xiaohua understood a little. Seeing that the thunder was about to strike, although the big tree transformed from the rattan staff wasn't afraid of heavenly thunder, under the seemingly endless thunder, its green leaves had already fallen everywhere. Green light flashed rapidly. Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power to stop the thunder and shouted, "If you're not from the 4 islands abroad, where are you from? Quickly tell me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaohua spoke too much, but Su Zhuliang also didn't understand. He had the same feeling as Xiaohua. He only felt that Xiaohua's language was simple and unadorned, as if it was passed down from ancient times. However, if he listened carefully, it was specious and he didn't understand it at all. Fellow immortal. Su Zhuliang smiled bitterly, cupped his fists, and bowed. We're not cultivators from the 5 islands abroad. However, after saying half a sentence, he stopped again. Xiaohua clearly didn't understand him, so what was the point of him saying it? Fellow immortal? Xiaohua, on the other hand, heard these 2 words clearly. His eyes turned, and he opened his mouth. Puff! A beam of tiny azure light rushed out of his mouth. It danced in the air like a thin flood dragon, and then fell into his mouth. Sword Chi. You're also from my Confucian cultivator lineage. Su Zhuliang's eyes lit up, and he blurted out a few words passed down from the inscription armor. Good, Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. The Confucian cultivation method and elixir heart arts left behind by Huang Yi also had some pronunciation of the inscription armor. Although it seemed incomplete, now it was the only language that could be used to communicate. Who are you waiting for? Xiaohua somewhat stuttered as he asked with the inscription armor. I'm Su Zhuliang. Su Zhuliang's mouth was bitter. He racked his brains, and brought out all the inscription armor he knew, slowly telling the origins of the 4 people. What? Hearing Su Zhuliang's end, Xiaohua was even more confused. What hidden immortal continent, what pure land, what 1,000 demons sacred realm? How come I've never heard of any of them? You're not cultivators from the 5 islands abroad, then, where did you come from? Oh, which direction? When Xiaohua finished speaking, he faintly realized something and hurriedly asked. Old brother Chu and I are Confucian cultivators, so we naturally came from the east. The hidden immortal continent is in that place. Su Zhuliang answered in bewilderment. Chapter 31:17. Buzz. All of a sudden, Xiaohua's mind went blank. There's a hidden immortal continent in the depths of Guihisi? How come I've never heard of it? Moreover, wasn't this Confucian cultivator killed by the Dao sect long ago? How could he still be hiding in this bullshit hidden immortal continent? What about her? Xiaohua pointed at Master Qing Chen, who had already taken a pill and was healing herself. Master Qing Chen is a Buddhist sect master, so she naturally came from the southern paradise. Although there are Buddhist sects in the other 3 continents, only the Buddhist sect in the southern paradise is authentic. Su Zhuliang replied cautiously. How is this possible? Xiaohua almost blurted out. Nonsense, he had already been to the Buddhist sect's ruins. How could there be a Buddhist sect in Guihisi above Xiaoyu continent? How could there be a southern paradise like Xiaoyu continent in the depths of Guihisi? Why is it impossible? Su Zhuliang understood and asked puzzledly. What about that guy? Xiaohua pointed at Master Leopard in the distance and said, Is he a beast cultivator? Beast cultivator? Su Zhuliang finally figured out the meaning of beast cultivator in the inscription on the armor and was even more puzzled than Xiaohua. He glanced at Master Leopard, who had an unkind expression, and said in a low voice, This Master Leopard came from the 1,000 demon sacred realm in the north. It's a continent about the same size as the hidden immortal continent and the southern paradise. It's filled with immortal beasts and immortal birds that have turned into spirits. It's different from us Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects. This. Xiaohua was somewhat distressed. What's all this about? It's a mess. Fellow immortal. Seeing Xiaohua angry, Su Zhuliang smiled and said, Fellow immortal, aren't you an overseas cultivator? Fellow immortal, where did you get your Confucian cultivator inheritance? Who said I'm an overseas cultivator? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said coldly, I'm a cultivator from Shi country. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua frowned slightly. Wasn't he a loose cultivator now? It's not impossible to call him an overseas cultivator. Oh, Shi country? Su Zhuliang was stunned, then he suddenly realized and clapped. Fellow immortal Xiao is an overseas cultivator from Shi country. Fellow immortal, which Confucian cultivator's descendant are you? What are you talking about? Xiaohua waved his hand and asked indifferently, Let me ask you, do you know about Dawn Rain Continent? Dawn Rain Continent? Su Zhuliang blinked his eyes and shook his head in confusion, indicating that he had never heard of it. Where is this place? What about over there? Xiao Hua very calmly pointed at his feet, then pointed to the far west behind him and asked. Fellow immortal Xiao. Su Zhuoyang said curiously, this is the West Ocean. Further west is the depths of the Western Sea, where the origin qi is thin. No one will go any further. Hiss. Although Xiao Hua was somewhat prepared in his heart, he still sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but turn his head to the west. Wang. Right at this moment, an earthen yellow mountain appeared above Xiao Hua's head, immediately trapping the area around Xiao Hua. An incomparably powerful force smashed down on Xiao Hua. Fellow immortal leopard, Su Zhuoyang said in shock. Humph, Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He waved his hand. Wang, wang. An even louder rumbling sound was heard, and the overturning sea seal rushed out of the space. Countless rays of light blossomed, and countless pearls hung down, turning into a seal even bigger than the magnificent mountain box. Fellow immortal Xiao, please be merciful. This thing still has great uses. Su Zhuoyang couldn't help but cry out miserably. Xiao Hua sneered and casually agreed. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the earthen yellow mountain was smashed into pieces by Xiao Hua's overturning sea seal. The light disappeared into the magnificent mountain box, and Xiao Hua's overturning sea seal didn't chase after it. It turned into a small seal and fell into Xiao Hua's hand. A fierce glint flashed across Panther's spiritual master's withered, yellow eyes. However, his ugly face turned extremely yellow. He could not help but slap his hand, take out the sea beast's monster core he had obtained earlier, and swallow it in one gulp. Thank you, fellow immortal Xiao. Su Zhuoyang saw that Xiao Hua didn't take advantage of the victory to chase after him, so he hurriedly bowed and said, This Su doesn't dare to delay fellow immortal's cultivation. This Su and the others will take our leave now. Wait, Su Zhuoyang wanted to leave, but Xiao Hua didn't allow it. He said indifferently, Tell this Xiao everything about the hidden immortal continent, Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. This. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky that didn't dissipate, and said with a smile, Fellow immortal, this Su has an important matter that can't be delayed. This Su will definitely pay a visit to apologize for disturbing fellow immortal today. If fellow immortal Xiao has any problems, this Su will definitely tell you everything at that time. Oh. Xiao Hua smiled, since you have an important matter, why did you come to disturb this Xiao? This. Su Zhuoyang was helpless. He thought for a while and said, This Su and the others have an important matter. We need someone who is proficient in formations. Oh, you saw this Zhao's formation? Xiao Hua was a bit confused, how could you see it? Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua was so curious that Su Zhuoyang couldn't resist. He smiled bitterly and said, This lowly one doesn't have enough time. Moreover, this lowly one really doesn't understand what you're saying. Humph, Xiao Hua saw that Su Zhuoyang was really anxious. Moreover, Su Zhuoyang had a very good impression of Confucian cultivators, so he didn't want to make things difficult for Su Zhuoyang. He pointed at his feet. Whoosh! A golden sword light flew out from the capital sky star formation and fell into Su Zhuoyang's hand. Go! Don't disturb this Xiao in the future. Su Zhuoyang saw this, and although he was very regretful, he was also happy. He put away the flying sword and bowed, This Su thanks fellow immortal Xiao. At this time, Master Qing Chen, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard Spiritual Master were all adjusting their breathing. When they saw Su Zhuoyang leave, they stood up and didn't dare to stay here. They slightly bowed and were about to leave together. Wait! Just when the three of them were about to leave, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted. Su Zhuoyang's heart thumped, but he still had to stop. He smiled and said, Fellow immortal Xiao, is there anything else? This Xiao Hua wants to ask this. Master of the Buddhist sect. Xiao Hua pointed at Master Qing Chen and said. Benefactor Xiao, please ask. Master Qing Chen was a little puzzled. Although there was some resentment in his heart, he still put his palms together and asked. Unexpectedly, he also spoke the inscription of Confucian cultivators. Do you know about the heart destruction realm? Xiao Hua asked, not caring about Master Qing Chen's pronunciation at all. Master Qing Chen raised his eyebrows and nodded lightly. Of course I know about the heart destruction realm. The so-called heart destruction realm is the nirvana realm. When the senior monks of the Buddhist sect cultivate to the depth, they can destroy all thoughts, all qi, and even life force. In this nirvana realm, they can find the true self. It's the supreme true path to achieve the Buddha fruit. How to get out of the heart destruction realm? Xiao Hua asked again. Get out? Master Qing Chen said with a smile, naturally, it's up to fate. The longer the process of finding the true self, the harder it is to get out. The longer you stay in the heart destruction realm, the more advantageous it is for the cultivation of the Buddhist sect. It can even achieve the Buddha fruit. Xiao Hua was helpless. What Master Qing Chen said was the same as what the dead Han Zhu said. There was nothing to hide. How do outsiders wake it up? Xiao Hua asked finally. Outsiders? Why do outsiders have to wake it up? Master Qing Chen smiled even more. Why do ordinary senior monks have to wake it up when they can't even dream of it? Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Do you know which senior monk in the Pure Land has entered the heart destruction realm and then got out? Do you still need to ask? The first one to bear the brunt is my Buddha fruit. Master Qing Chen answered without hesitation. Before the Buddha fruit, his heart destruction realm lasted for 981,000 years. Only then did he realize his true self, get out of the 3,000 great worlds, achieve the supreme Buddha fruit, obtain the supreme golden body, and set foot in Leiyin Temple. Where is Leiyin Temple? Xiao Hua asked. Leiyin Temple is the holy land of the Buddhist sect. How would I know? Master Qing Chen looked pious. What? You're a Buddhist sect cultivator. You don't know? Xiao Hua was surprised. Su Zhuoyang smiled at the side. Fellow immortal Xiao, don't make things difficult for Master Qing Chen. It's true. I can assure you that even 99% of the Buddhist sect's disciples don't know the location of Leiyin Temple, let alone Master. Forget it, Xiao Hua sighed. However, he still didn't give up and asked, could it be that Master Qing Chen doesn't know any senior monks who have entered the heart destruction realm? If Benefactor Xiao asks others this question, it's really not easy to answer. Master Qing Chen smiled and said, unfortunately, I do know such an eminent monk. Although he has only been in the heart extinguishing realm for half a year, he meets the requirements of fellow immortal. Moreover, because this senior monk has only entered the heart destruction realm for a short time, he has never mentioned it to others. Who? Not only Xiao Hua asked, but Su Zhuoyang and the others were also curious. It's not difficult for Benefactor Xiao to know. Master Qing Chen smiled and said, that senior monk has never seen outsiders. If fellow immortal is fated to meet him, you can follow us to the West Sea. After we finish our business, we will personally accompany Benefactor to that place. Humph, Xiao Hua sneered. He stared at Master Qing Chen and said indifferently, are you threatening me? Do you think I won't use the soul-searching technique? Master Qing Chen's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, my Buddhist sect emphasizes karma. There are no more than 3 people who know that senior monk's heart destruction realm, and I am one of them. In this boundless West Sea, Benefactor Xiao actually met me and asked me about this matter. Benefactor Xiao, don't you think you should go with me? Moreover, I have been friends with Su Tanyue for a long time. The pronunciation of the ancient inscription was also taught by Su Tanyue. I have always admired the awe-inspiring righteousness of Confucian cultivators. Since Benefactor Xiao is a Confucian cultivator, you naturally have righteousness. How can you use the soul-searching technique on me? This. Xiao Hua's eyes flickered. He looked at Master Qing Chen and pondered. Chapter 31:18. Su Zhuoyang and the others were overjoyed. They naturally knew what Master Qing Chen meant. They had seen Xiao Hua's magical power and knew that he would be a great help. Moreover, Xiao Hua was proficient in formations. If he could accompany them, they would be able to get the West Sea's treasure. As for Xiao Hua, before he saw the three of them, he would not leave Lava Island. His purpose of seclusion was to reach the nascent soul stage or even the separating spirit stage. However, after listening to the three's introduction, it seemed that this was no longer the Kueha Sea, but the West Sea. Moreover, there was no Xiaoyu continent, but 3 continents. In other words, Xiao Hua's archenemy was gone. He didn't know anyone here. It didn't matter where he cultivated or not left Lava Island. Moreover, he now knew that the further east he went, the more abundant the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was. Further east was the hidden immortal continent, not the depths of the Kuai He Sea as he had imagined. Instead, behind him was the daybreak continent in his mind, but now it was the depths of the West Sea, where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was thin. All his cognition had been changed. Besides, he had always been worried about Jianghu. It had been 100 years, but Jianghu still hadn't woken up. Although Xiao Hua would check on Jianghu every once in a while to see if he was alive, Xiao Hua didn't dare to delay any longer. Although Master Qing Chen said that the Buddha Lord's heart had been destroyed for 81,000 years, that was only after he had succeeded in cultivating Buddhism. Xiao Hua didn't dare to gamble with Jianghu's life. Now that he could leave and find an opportunity to wake him up, Xiao Hua must seize it. Xiao Hua was afraid that he couldn't wake Jianghu up from the state of heart destruction. Alas, there's still that damn nebula gold core. In these 10 years, there's no change in my realm. My magic power has also stopped growing, as if I've reached a bottleneck. And this bottleneck is a dead end. If I can't find a way to break out of this situation, I'm afraid I'll have to hide in this gold core stage for the rest of my life. Xiao Hua immediately thought of his own cultivation. The progress of Confucian cultivation is also very strange. I clearly cultivate according to the cultivation method, but in the end, I always can't completely enter the qi refinement stage. I don't know why I can't refine that strand of core. My own core is also just a simple outline. He could only wait for this person's core of elixir to disappear before he could truly condense it. In such a situation, I can only find the answer by asking these cultivators who practice Confucian cultivation, right? If this Xiao continues to work behind closed doors like this, I will never be able to find the answer. All right. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "This Xiao will go with you." However, this Xiao hopes that Venerable will inform this Xiao of the location first. Great. When Su Zhuoyang heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He clapped his hands happily and said, "With fellow immortal Zhao's help, great things can be done." Su Xuanzi. Next to him, Daoist Leopard's complexion changed a bit. He glanced at everyone who was beaming with joy and reminded, although fellow immortal Xiao can participate, we have a bit more assurance. However, with his strength, I'm afraid we have to make things clear in advance. The things that this old man wants can't be lacking in any way. He, fellow immortal Leopard is overthinking. When Su Zhuoyang heard Daoist Leopard's voice transmission, he couldn't help but laugh. He also transmitted his voice, that West Sea's lost treasures are innumerable. As long as we can break through the Great Array and enter, wouldn't we be able to get whatever we want? Moreover, there was originally Zen Master Kong's share. Now that it has changed to fellow immortal Xiao, there isn't any change in the previous allocation. This old man still feels that it's inappropriate. Daoist Leopard was still not at ease. We are only around the 4th grade of essence energy. This fellow immortal Xiao is probably almost at the 5th grade of essence energy. His origin is unknown. If at that time, he has other thoughts, even our lives will be in danger. Oh. Su Zhuoyang smiled, if he has other thoughts, can we safely leave now? That's not the same. Daoist Leopard shook his head, right now, there are no West Sea's lost treasures. This old man knows that you humans, there are many cases of people dying for wealth and birds dying for food. When Su Zhuoliang heard this, he couldn't help but ponder slightly. On the other side, Master Qing Chen also pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Hua, "Benefactor Xiao, it's not that this poor nun doesn't want to make things clear to you. It's just that senior monk doesn't like to show off. There are very few people who know about this matter. If you go, not only will you not be able to see him, but you will also expose this poor nun, and things won't be good. Only this poor nun can accompany you and earnestly ask him first. Only then will there be hope. That's for sure." Xiao Hua nodded. This is one of the conditions of this Xiao. This Xiao just wants to hear the name of this place in advance. All right. Master Qing Chen knew that if she didn't say it, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't go. She nodded and softly transmitted a few words. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear anything. After Master Qing Chen finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and cupped his hands. "Everyone, please wait a moment. This Xiao will go and pack up and immediately follow everyone." After saying that, his figure turned into the wind and rushed into Lava Island. Brother Su, seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, Chu Muhuan also whispered, "This fellow immortal Zhao's learning is very complicated. In addition to the magical abilities of our Confucian cultivators, there are more Daoist rogue cultivators. Most of these rogue cultivators who are obsessed with Taoism are unscrupulous in their pursuit of power. If he, Brother Chu's doubts are normal." Su Zhuoliang said with a smile. However, in this Su's eyes, this fellow immortal Xiao is upright and upright. He's not the kind of rogue cultivator that Brother Chu said. Moreover, to tell you the truth, this Su has seen a few rogue cultivators before, and they are completely different from this fellow immortal Xiao. At least those rogue cultivators have such strength. I'm afraid that we can't escape unscathed. By the way, Master Qing Chen, you practice Buddhist magical abilities, especially heavenly hearing, which is very useful for identifying people. What do you think of this fellow immortal Xiao? This benefactor Xiao is very strange." Master Qing Chen frowned. This poor nun didn't detect any Buddhist cultivation on him, but this poor nun heard a familiar aura from him. This aura is unique to senior monks who practice Buddhist cultivation methods. Therefore, this poor nun just now invited him with confidence. As soon as Master Qing Chen said this, the other three people gasped, especially Leopard's spiritual master, who almost blurted out, "How is that possible? This overseas cultivator not only has Confucian elemental energy, but also Daoist magic power. This is already rare and commendable. Now he is also hiding Buddhist telekinesis." Leopard's spiritual master said a few times, but he didn't know what he wanted to say. "Master Qing Chen, can you confirm?" Su Zhuoliang bit his lip and looked at Master Qing Chen with bright eyes. "This poor nun can't confirm." Master Qing Chen smiled bitterly. "This poor nun first used Buddhist consciousness to probe, then used heavenly hearing, but I couldn't see his cultivation. I'm afraid he has a Buddhist treasure on him," Chu Muhuan reminded. "But..." Master Qing Chen also bit her lip like Su Zhuoliang. "This poor nun can't even detect his Confucian elemental energy. Could it be that his cultivation has surpassed the 5th level of elemental energy?" Chu Muhuan was also shocked. "This person is too mysterious." Leopard's spiritual master shook his head. "I think this trip is worrying." "Haha, fellow immortal Leopard can rest assured." In the end, Su Zhuoliang had to lay his cards on the table. Long before coming to the West Sea, this Su has already used the divine divination technique to divine. This trip is very auspicious. In other words, Chu Muhuan's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Although Zen Master Liao Kong didn't come, this fellow immortal Xiao is the array master sent by the heavens? This is why Brother Su wanted to recruit fellow immortal Xiao as soon as he saw him. That's right. Su Zhuoliang didn't show any pride on his face, but frowned and said, "This Su thought so. But you didn't expect fellow immortal Xiao to be so difficult to invite." Master Qing Chen was also in a good mood, and she smiled. "He almost made us fight. Even Su Tanyue wanted to retreat at that time. Speaking of this, Master Qing Chen changed the topic and asked, by the way, Su Tanyue, if this poor nun didn't say anything and couldn't invite fellow immortal Shao, then would Su Tanyue's divine divination technique have a flaw? Huh, how is that possible? Chu Muhuan laughed and said, how can my divine divination technique have a flaw? Master's words have already been included in Brother Su's calculations. No. Su Zhuoyang waved his hand and said, Brother Chu, this is also where this Su has doubts. What do you mean? Chu Muhuan was a little puzzled. He was a Confucian cultivator, so naturally, he was very attracted to the divine divination technique. Leopard's spiritual master said coldly, the West Sea lost treasure is passed down from ancient times, and it has been lost in the West Sea for many years. I don't know how many fellow immortals have come to look for it, but this old man is not stupid enough to think that I can definitely enter it. Su Swanzi's great fortune has a problem. Chu Muhuan naturally understood with a hint, and his heart also became alert. He glanced at the lava island where Xiaohua disappeared and asked curiously, could it be that this great fortune is because of fellow immortal Xiao? Brother Chu's thinking may be correct. Fellow immortal Leopard's thinking is also correct. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. This Su's divine divination technique is only at a small level, how can it be perfect? To be able to obtain a great fortune, this Su was originally ecstatic. But then, he was puzzled. As fellow immortal Leopard said, how can this West Sea treasure hunt be a great fortune? If it was a little thrilling, this Su would also believe it. However, looking at fellow immortal Shao now, this Su somewhat believes it. But even so, it can't be a great fortune. Yes, the four of them knew their own cultivation, so how could there be a great fortune in the West Sea treasure hunt? Needless to say, if Su Zhuoyang's divine divination technique was not wrong, then this great fortune fell on fellow immortal Shao, an overseas itinerant cultivator whose name they didn't even know. Chapter 31:19. Let's hope so. Although the four of them didn't speak, they all thought of the latter at the same time. Just as the four of them were having some inexplicable thoughts before leaving, Xiaohua came out from Lava Island again. Although Lava Island was barren, after all, he had cultivated for more than 100 years. It was the place where Xiaohua had stayed for the longest time since he started cultivating. Xiaohua actually felt somewhat reluctant to leave. Peaceful days of cultivation were hard to find. Xiaohua was very clear that after being discovered by Su Zhuoyang and the others, he had involuntarily fallen into the karma of the three continents. This karma would become more and more complicated. His experience would definitely change because of the three continents, and perhaps the three continents would also change because of his appearance. Of course, because of the existence of Jianghu, even if the four of them didn't appear, Xiaohua would inevitably fall into the karma. It was just that the time and opportunity were different. Fellow immortal Shao, have you packed up? Seeing Xiaohua fly out, Su Zhuoyang greeted him with a smile. It's just a big formation, nothing else. Xiaohua didn't hide anything. I've packed up the things to set up the formation. Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked, fellow immortal Su, if possible, can you give me the map and signs of this place? Su Zhuoyang was stunned. He thought he had misheard and asked curiously, fellow immortal Shao, this inscription. I'm not particularly familiar with it. Do you mean the sea map and signs of this place? Yes, that's right. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and nodded. Back then, I came here by accident, and I don't know the direction anymore. Moreover, if fellow immortal Su has a jade slip with records of the hidden immortal continent, let me have a look. Jade slip? Su Zhuoyang was even more confused. Su Xiangyue, behind him, Master Qing Chen reminded, what fellow immortal Shao is talking about is something recorded in ancient times. Nowadays, our three continents use jade eyes. Oh, I see. Su Zhuoyang looked at Xiaohua strangely. He really didn't understand. This fellow immortal Zhao's words were not only simple, but his knowledge was also simple. Xiao Hua's heart thumped, and he secretly became alert. He didn't understand the situation of the 3 continents very well. If he said too much, he would definitely reveal something. Since that was the case, it was better not to say anything. Can fellow immortal Xiao give me your name? At this time, Su Zhuoyang still didn't know Xiao Hua's name. Moreover, it seemed that the 5 of them hadn't officially announced their names to Xiao Hua. Oh, this one is Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only said his name and didn't mention anything else. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly, but he couldn't force Xiao Hua. Then, he gave his name. Master Pure Dust, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard Spiritual Master also came forward to meet him. Xiao Hua was very interested in this Leopard Daoist master and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. This Leopard Jinren was very similar to the beast cultivators of the Huan nation. However, after listening to Su Zhuoyang's introduction, Xiao Hua realized that the two were completely different. This Leopard Jinren should be a real leopard and not a combination of the Huan nation's beast men. What was special was that this Leopard Spiritual Master did not have a name at all. It was unknown if it was because he did not give himself a name or if it was some rule of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Xiao Hua didn't dare to ask any more questions. Fellow immortal Xiao, do you have any mounts? Or flying on a sword? After the 5 people greeted each other, Master Pure Dust and Chu Muhuan released their mounts. Su Zhuoyang opened his mouth and the golden flying sword rushed out and landed at his feet. Xiao Hua looked curiously at the rainbow Luan and cloud crane. He clapped his hands and took out a flying sword. He said with a smile, "This one is a rogue cultivator from overseas. How can I have any mounts? I can only fly on a sword." Fellow immortal Xiao. Su Zhuoyang saw that the quality of Xiao Hua's flying sword was extraordinary and its style was extremely simple. He was very surprised. "You're flying on a sword. Don't you need the flying sword from before?" "No need. This flying sword is enough." Xiao Hua smiled and opened his mouth. The overwhelming righteous energy in his middle dantian rushed out and landed on the flying sword. Buzz. The flying sword made a sword hum and sword radiance shot out in all directions. It slowly vibrated as if it was about to spread its wings and fly out. Wonderful. Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, This seems to be the long-lost sword technique of us Confucian cultivators, right? This one doesn't know." Xiao Hua flatly refused to reveal. Since Xiao Hua started practicing the core heart technique of Confucian cultivators, he no longer used the sword origin of sword cultivators. However, when Xiao Hua was practicing true qi, he discovered that the overwhelming righteous energy had the same effect as the sword origin. It could also drive flying swords. Moreover, the flying swords in his space, whether they were transformed into swords or illusory swords, under the influence of this true qi, they could be used as if they were his arms. In particular, this Confucian cultivator's true qi was the same as the sword origin. It didn't consume any meridians. Usually, it was only refined in the middle dantian. When it was used, it could be used at will and produce the same effect as magical power. Now, listening to Su Zhuoyang's words, it should be some kind of elemental force. Su Zhuoyang saw that Xiao Hua was so stingy. He asked one question after another and knew that it was not good to ask too much. They still had a few hours to travel together. Moreover, with this trip to the West Sea, they could communicate more in the future. Su Zhuoyang believed that with his own ability, it was not impossible to obtain Xiao Hua's trust. Therefore, he didn't ask too much. Immediately after, Su Zhuoyang experienced Xiao Hua's stinginess. Master Jingshan rode on the Rainbow Wan, Chu Muhuan rode on the Cloud Crane, and Master Leopard rode on the Demon Wind. Under Su Zhuoyang's guidance, they flew to the southwest. Su Zhuoyang rode on the Sword Light and accompanied Xiao Hua as they flew behind the 3 people. Su Zhuoyang originally wanted to ask Xiao Hua more, but Xiao Hua did not know anything and did not answer any of Su Zhuoyang's questions. This really made Su Zhuoyang scratch his ears and cheeks. He didn't know how to pry open Xiao Hua's mouth. After flying for half an hour, seeing that Su Zhuoyang was no longer interrogating, Xiaohua opened his mouth and asked Su Zhuoyang again for the jade eyes that recorded the languages of the 3 continents. Su Zhuoyang naturally had this kind of jade eyes, and he wasn't stingy. He took it out from his sleeve and gave it to Xiaohua. However, when Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense, he couldn't see through it at all. He couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that Su Zhuoyang had seen through his Confucian cultivation base, but that Buddhist sect's master Qing Chen didn't see through his Buddhist cultivation base. That was because his Buddhist Saraira was now stored in his Naiwan palace, and there was a layer of innate divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace. If he didn't release his Buddhist sense or deliberately release his Buddhist Saraira, others wouldn't be able to see through his Buddhist cultivation base. Xiaohua's experience in the Xiaoyu continent had already told him that he couldn't expose everything. He had to hide as much as he could. Looking at the relationship between Master Qing Chen and Su Zhuoyang, it seemed that on these 3 continents, whether it was Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, or Yao cultivators, they could all get along peacefully. However, if Xiaohua exposed his Buddhist cultivation, would it cause any bad consequences? This was not something that Xiaohua could know at this moment. Therefore, Xiaohua decided to hide his Buddhist cultivation base and not release his Buddhist sense. Fellow Daoist Su, Xiaohua said in a low voice, this jade slip. Oh, how do I check it with my jade eyes? Use my Confucian cultivation's divine sense technique. Or clear eyes technique, both are possible. Su Zhuoyang was really observing Xiaohua's flying sword. When he heard Xiaohua's sudden question, he replied rather puzzledly, fellow Daoist Xiao, don't tell me you don't understand? Indeed. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The art of elixir heart only recorded how to cultivate the elixir heart and how to refine the awe-inspiring righteousness. There really wasn't any clear eyes technique. As for divine sense technique, Xiaohua had divine sense when he cultivated his middle dantian, but now his Naiwan palace was occupied by the Buddha's Saraira. How could he still have divine sense? This divine sense was born from the Buddha's Saraira in the past. That's right, it was my negligence. Su Zhuoyang suddenly realized, fellow Daoist Xiao has a Daoist inheritance. Your divine sense technique conflicts with my Confucian cultivation's divine sense technique. This is troublesome. Unless fellow Daoist cultivates my Confucian eye technique, I'm afraid your jade eyes won't be able to see through it. Fellow Daoist Su, do you have this kind of cultivation technique? Xiaohua said without any trace of politeness, I can use spirit stones or other things to exchange with fellow Daoist. Spirit stones? Su Zhuoyang was puzzled. He didn't know whether he misheard or didn't understand Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua saw that he had made a mistake again. He thought for a moment and carefully took out a piece of low-grade spirit stone from his space. He said with a smile, this is it. Oh, fellow Daoist is talking about spirit stones. Su Zhuoyang understood and shook his head, I don't lack spirit stones. Moreover, I don't have this kind of cultivation technique. And then I'll go and ask Chu Muhuan. Xiaohua urged his flying sword and suddenly flew past Su Zhuoyang and arrived in front of Chu Muhuan. Su Zhuoyang had been observing Xiaohua's imperial sword technique all along. Now that he saw Xiaohua leave as soon as he said so, without any accumulation of power, and his speed was much faster than his own, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Su Zhuoyang wasn't the only one who was surprised. Chu Muhuan's Yunhe was also startled by Xiaohua's sudden approach. He immediately stretched his neck and let out a long cry. Yunhe's vigilance attracted Chu Muhuan's attention. He also didn't expect Xiaohua to fly over without him noticing. If Xiaohua really had ulterior motives, this sneak attack would definitely be enough to make Chu Muhuan suffer. What was even more mysterious and what made Chu Muhuan even more surprised was that Xiaohua's figure flashed and calmly flew out from the flying sword. He didn't wait for Yunhe to spread his wings and speed up. He flew to Chu Muhuan's side like a gust of wind and landed on Yunhe's back. Yunhe was abnormally frightened. He used all his strength to flap his wings as if he was startled. His whole body trembled as if he was afraid and wanted to expel Xiaohua from his back. However, no matter how Yunhe struggled, Xiaohua stood steadily and didn't move in the slightest. Chu Muhuan saw this and immediately understood. It wasn't that Yunhe was afraid of Xiaohua, but that Xiaohua's actions were too strange and startled Yunhe. He hurriedly comforted Yunhe while waving his rattan staff. A cyan light flashed and wrapped both him and Xiaohua. This cyan light was really effective. Yunhe gradually returned to normal and spread his wings to fly with the rainbow wand. Chapter 31-20. Fellow immortal Xiao, Chu Muhuan wanted to berate Xiaohua, but when he thought of Xiaohua's terrifying methods, he restrained himself and smiled apologetically. May I know why fellow immortal Xiao suddenly came to this Chu's place? Seeing Chu Muhuan's slightly changed expression, Xiaohua actually regretted his impulsiveness. He thought that this flying beast's mount was similar to a flying boat. How could he have known that his arrival would actually frighten Yunhe so much? Therefore, Xiaohua cupped his hands without hiding anything and said, "Fellow immortal Chu, it's all this Xiao's fault. This Xiao, I really didn't expect your mount to have such a big reaction." Xiaohua's expression was very sincere without any pretense. His respect for Chu Muhuan was also very obvious. This made Chu Muhuan somewhat embarrassed and he hurriedly returned the greeting, "It's fine, it's fine. Fellow immortal Xiao has lived overseas for a long time, I'm afraid you're somewhat indifferent to some taboos." Xiaohua scratched his head and didn't dare to say more. Chu Muhuan smiled and asked, "Fellow immortal Xiao, for you to come in such a hurry, is there something urgent?" "There's nothing urgent," Xiaohua said somewhat awkwardly, "it's just that this Xiao doesn't understand the language of the 3 continents. I just obtained a jade eye from fellow immortal Su, but this jade eye can only be seen with divine sense or eye-clearing technique. Unfortunately, fellow immortal Zhao's Daoist divine sense technique conflicts with my Confucian divine sense technique." Once Xiaohua said this, Chu Muhuan immediately understood. He looked at Su Zhuoyang who was standing on a flying sword and said with a smile, "Moreover, fellow immortal Xiao doesn't cultivate eye-clearing technique." "That's right." Xiaohua nodded, "Therefore, this Xiao can't even see through this jade eye." "Not only that," Chu Muhuan said with a smile, "not only this jade eye can't see through it, all the jade eyes in my hidden immortal continent, even the Buddhist archives in Western Paradise and the beast skins in Thousand Devils Sacred Realm can't see through it." "That's right." Xiaohua rubbed his hands, looking very embarrassed. "Therefore, this Xiao came here to see if fellow immortal Chu has any shallow eye-clearing technique. This Xiao will give something to immortal Chu in exchange." This. Chu Muhuan's face showed that he was in a difficult position. He understood what Xiaohua meant from his first sentence. It wasn't that he didn't have any eye-clearing techniques, but this eye-clearing technique was passed down in the Jing province's Chu clan. How could he casually exchange it with others? However, looking at Xiaohua's delicate and pretty face, as well as his sincere expression and clear gaze, which was very similar to some of his juniors, he couldn't bear to refuse. "If fellow immortal Chu has any difficulties, please don't hesitate." "Forget it then." A trace of regret flashed in Xiaohua's eyes. He knew that he could not do this, so he did not want to force the other party. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Chu Muhuan's mind raced. He raised his hand and said, "Please wait a moment." "Oh." Xiaohua raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Chu immortal friend, alas, fellow immortal Xiao doesn't know." Chu Muhuan sighed, "Speaking of divine sense, it's very common in the hidden immortal continent. Just like the Daoist spiritual sense technique, there were also some superficial records that were carved on bamboo slips. Although this Chu doesn't have it today, fellow Daoist Xiao only needs to go to the continent and you can find it at any trading place. You can buy it with some spirit stones. However, eye-clearing techniques are passed down in my Confucian family. You can't find it at any trading place." "Not necessarily, right?" Xiaohua didn't think so. He had seen a lot of such techniques on the Xiaoyu continent. As long as he had spirit stones, he might be able to find it. However, he didn't open his mouth and carefully asked, "Does fellow Daoist Chu have any good ideas?" Of course, fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to consider divine sense. Chu Muhuan was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's attitude and said with a smile, "You can only start with eye-clearing techniques." Yes, this is where this Xiao is in a difficult position. Xiao Hua spread his hands and quietly looked at Chu Muhuan. He knew that Chu Muhuan definitely had something to say. Sure enough, Chu Muhuan said with a smile, "Since this Chu can meet fellow Daoist Xiao, and fellow Daoist Xiao is from my Confucian family, this is definitely fate. This Chu wants to make friends with fellow Daoist Xiao." "Io, thank you fellow Daoist Chu." Xiao Hua was very happy when he heard this and hurriedly said, "I don't know if fellow Daoist Chu needs any magic tools or spirit herbs." Who would have thought that when Chu Muhuan heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao misunderstands. This Chu doesn't lack anything right now. I don't need anything from fellow Daoist Xiao." "Oh." Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Then fellow Daoist Chu's meaning is?" "It's like this." Chu Muhuan explained, "Fellow Daoist Xiao has been overseas for a long time. Now that you've returned to the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid you don't have a place to stay. Although my Jing province's Chu clan isn't a big clan and can't be compared to the Tianji sect, it's just a slightly famous clan in Jing province. If fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't mind, why don't you come to my Chu clan as a guest? What do you think? Guests of the curtains? What does that mean? I'm afraid it's similar to an elder's position." Xiao Hua was stunned and his heart was somewhat bewildered. However, after thinking for a moment, he slightly shook his head and said, "This Xiao has liked freedom since childhood, and it's precisely because of this freedom that I paid a huge price. Now, this Xiao is overseas because of this. Therefore, fellow Daoist Chu's suggestion, this Xiao can't agree." When Chu Muhuan heard this, although there was some doubt in his eyes, it was clearly outside of his expectations. Chu Muhuan's gaze swept over the distant Suzhuoyang. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "How about this, fellow Daoist Xiao? This Chu has a clear sight technique that my Chu clan's low-level disciples cultivate. It's the most basic technique. Although it's not easy to find in the hidden immortal continent, it's not considered rare in my Chu clan. If you really need it, this Chu can draw it with inscriptions. What do you think?" This. When Xiao Hua heard Chu Muhuan say, "Chu clan and hidden immortal continent is not easy to find," he naturally understood Chu Muhuan's intentions. At this moment, he was no longer the ignorant brat from before. He understood that there was no such thing as a free spirit pill in this world. He thought for a moment and straightforwardly said, "Fellow Daoist Chu, this brat knows that this clear sight technique is very rare. It's a clan's secret technique." Fellow Daoist Xiao took this out with the intention of helping this brat. This brat is very grateful for this kind intention, but this brat can't make things difficult for fellow Daoist Chu. How about this, since fellow Daoist Chu doesn't need anything in exchange, then if there's anything fellow Daoist Chu wants this brat to do, feel free to say it. As long as it's not too difficult, this brat will agree. And fellow Daoist Xiao's words make this Chu very happy. A gentleman doesn't eat handouts, this is how it should be. Chu Muhuan became even more happy, since fellow Daoist Xiao is so frank, this Chu won't hide it from fellow Daoist. My Jing province's Chu clan has a difficult matter that requires assistance. Of course. Seeing Xiao Hua slightly wrinkle his brows, Chu Muhuan hurriedly said, "This matter requires a lot of assistance. My Chu clan will invite experts to participate at an appropriate time. This Chu naturally has to contribute to the clan. Fellow Daoist Xiao's cultivation is so deep, it's precisely the assistance my Chu clan needs. Of course, since fellow Daoist Xiao is helping my Chu clan will also repay you. This clear sight technique will be paid by my Chu clan in advance, how about it? Can you tell this Xiao what the matter is now?" Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and asked in a low voice. "Naturally, I can't tell fellow Daoist right now. Chu Muhuan said with a smile. However, this Chu can guarantee. As long as fellow Daoist Xiao participates, my Chu clan will definitely repay you handsomely. Moreover, if fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't want to receive too much, then there's no need to put in too much effort. So that's how it is. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately understood. It seemed that Jing province's Chu clan's matter had a great impact and needed a lot of manpower. This Chu Muhuan must have invited a few powerful fellow Daoists. Perhaps he had taken a fancy to Xiao Hua's strength. If he could invite Xiao Hua, he would be able to explain it to his clan. As for whether Xiao Hua would contribute in the process, it wasn't something he could control. Even if Xiao Hua were to pass off as a fish-eyes pearl, it should be fine. All right. Xiao Hua nodded and said, this Xiao agrees. Good, fellow Daoist Xiao is straightforward. Let's make an oath. When Chu Muhuan heard this, his face lit up and he raised his palm. Good. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and raised his palm to Chu Muhuan's right palm. In the distance, although Su Zhuoyang didn't deliberately look over, he still paid attention. When he saw the two of them clapping their palms, he couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. He knew that Xiao Hua must have made some kind of deal with Chu Muhuan. However, he also had no other choice. After all, his thousand-eyed pupils was a secret technique within the sect. It couldn't be easily taught to non-sect disciples. Although he had a wide range of connections, he really didn't have a similar technique in his bag. Alas, what can I do? Su Zhuoyang understood that Xiao Hua's cultivation was unfathomable. Moreover, his character seemed to be extremely good. He was a person who was hard to come by. However, Su Zhuoyang's regret only lasted for a moment. He knew that the West Sea lost treasure had already connected Xiao Hua with him and the others. As long as he succeeded this time, he would have plenty of opportunities to contact Xiao Hua in the future. With the Fecta sect strength, he could definitely establish a good relationship with Xiao Hua. On the cloud crane, Chu Muhuan handed over a tiger talisman to Xiao Hua and said, this is the command talisman of my Jing province's Chu clan. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please accept it. After 3 years. Oh, of course, if fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't have any other matters, you can follow this Chu to Jing province once the matter in the West Sea is settled. This Xiao will take the command talisman first. Xiao Hua took it with a smile. After this matter, this Xiao has an appointment with Master Jingchen. Of course, this Chu forgot about this matter. Chu Muhuan slapped his forehead. He really neglected the main reason why Xiao Hua could go to the West Sea lost treasure. Only after Xiao Hua took the command talisman did Chu Muhuan feel relieved. He smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment. There aren't many of these chants. However, if you want to change them into armor inscriptions, it will be a bit troublesome. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Chu. Xiao Hua said with a slight smile. Chapter 31-21. Immediately, Chu Muhuan sat down cross-legged and took out a bag-like object from his sleeve. He patted his hand and took out the 4 treasures of the study and even a bamboo scroll. This. Xiao Hua was stunned. Of course, he couldn't use divine sense, so Chu Muhuan had to carve inscriptions on the bamboo scroll. How else could he read it? The cloud crane flew very steadily, and Chu Muhuan's brush flew like it was flying. One by one, the inscriptions were written on the bamboo scroll, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, like golden hooks and silver strokes. It took Chu Muhuan less than a meal to finish writing it smoothly. Xiao Hua really prostrated himself in admiration. That kind of admiration came from the bottom of his heart. Chu immortal friend, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and praised, good writing skills, this Xiao is convinced. This is nothing. Chu Muhuan laughed, my Confucian path of cultivation has the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, imperial, calligraphy, and mathematics as the foundation. If your writing skills aren't up to standard, how can you refine essence into qi? Boom. Chu Muhuan's simple sentence immediately woke Xiaohua up like a bolt of lightning. That's right, Xiaohua only treated the core heart arts as a Dao sect cultivation method to cultivate. He didn't know that the core heart arts of Confucianism and Dao sect cultivation methods were fundamentally different. Xiaohua only wanted to refine the art of core, but if he didn't cultivate the 6 basic arts, how could he truly become a Confucian cultivator? Many thanks, Chu immortal friend. Xiaohua bowed to Chu Muhuan with heartfelt admiration. Oh. Chu Muhuan was caught unprepared. He thought Xiaohua was thanking him for the clear spirit eyes cultivation method, so he hastily got up and put away the 4 treasures of the study. He said, Xiao immortal friend doesn't need to be so polite. This cultivation method is the most basic. You can only see the records in the jade eyes. It's far from seeing through illusions, seeing through fabrications, or even understanding 1,000 miles. Hee, that's right, if Xiao immortal friend is interested in the clear spirit eyes, you can ask my Chu family's patriarch for it in the future. Hee. Xiaohua didn't point it out. He smiled and took the bamboo scroll from Chu Muhuan's hand. He immediately sat down cross-legged and said, we'll talk about this later. This Xiao is going to study the secret technique. From now on, I'll leave everything to Dao friend Chu. Oh, okay. Xiaohua was so excited that he actually casually called Chu Muhuan, fellow Daoist. Fortunately, the 2 of them were using the inscriptions on their armor to communicate, so Chu Muhuan might not be able to understand. He just casually responded and urged the cloud crane to fly into the distance. Seeing Xiaohua actually sit down on the cloud crane, the distant Su Zhuoyang sighed in his heart, knowing that he had already lost an excellent opportunity. The night gradually faded, and dawn was breaking in the east. The bright light behind them quickly streaked across the sky and caught up with their hurried backs. However, looking at Su Zhuoyang's slightly anxious look, it was obvious that they were already a little too late. Unfortunately, fortune did not come in pairs and misfortune did not come singly. The West Sea was filled with sea beasts. Su Zhuoyang and the others had not encountered any powerful sea beasts even after flying for half a night. It was truly a stroke of luck. Now, the 5 of them had just spotted an island that was about 10 acres in size in the distance. Before they could even get close, a cold divine sense swept over them. Su Zhuoyang sensed the divine will and immediately knew that the sea beasts on this island had powerful cultivations. He couldn't help but gasp. Almost without thinking, he waved his hand and shouted, let's go around this place. Don't disturb it. As he spoke, the sword light under Su Zhuoyang's feet turned, and he hurriedly tried to go around the island from another direction. Roar, a mournful roar rang out. In the center of the island, a splendor like a splash of water appeared. Then, a faint cloud appeared, and a strange-looking sea beast that was more than 20 feet tall flew into the sky on a demonic cloud, blocking Su Zhuoyang and the others' path. This is bad, Leopard's spiritual master cried out involuntarily behind Su Zhuoyang. This sea beast's cultivation is probably at the 4th or even 5th level of origin power. If we get entangled with it, even if we can defeat it, it will take a lot of time. It's going to be daybreak soon. Dodge. Su Zhuoyang didn't say anything else. He pressed down on the sword light, turned around, and actually tried to fly away from another direction. The rainbow Wan and cloud crane obviously could also sense the power of this sea beast. They cried out in unison and flapped their wings even harder, hoping that they could escape from this sea beast's obstruction. Huff! What sounded like a long moan was heard. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth within several miles of the island started to vibrate. Not only were the rainbow Wan and cloud crane frightened, their bodies trembled slightly and their flight slowed down significantly. Even Su Zhuoyang and Leopard's spiritual master's bodies were faintly flickering, and their flight speed had obviously decreased. Rustle. A sound like sand was heard. The sea beast's body moved strangely in midair, flashing past afterimages. Following the vibrations of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it appeared in front of Su Zhuoyang like a ripple. Huff. This road was opened by me. This island was planted by me. If you want to pass through, leave a toll. The sea beast's voice was hoarse, and it wasn't clear at all. Xiaohua was completely focused on the bamboo scroll in his hand. When he heard this, he only raised his head to look at it for a moment, then lowered it again. The sea beast seemed to be pentagonal, but it also seemed to be humanoid. A tumor several feet in size was erected on top of its seemingly soft body, and a four-cornered hole was expanding and contracting from time to time. The sound came from that hole. As for the surroundings of the hole, there were several tentacles about the thickness of a thumb. Above the tentacles, there were small balls of black and white. These black and white balls rotated left and right, just like a human's eyes. This fellow immortal. When Su Zhuoyang saw the sea beast blocking his path and saw how ferocious the sea beast was, he knew that he was in trouble. He smiled and said, "I don't know what fellow immortal wants to leave a toll. If I have it in my pocket, I will definitely give it to fellow immortal." Huff. Huff. The sea beast's entire body was trembling, and then some saliva flowed out from the hole in its body. Several of its tentacles seemed to be trembling, causing the several black and white balls to jump around. It seemed to be extremely excited. Its body, which was several feet in size, flapped slightly, and it actually pointed at Master Qingchen. This. When Su Zhuoyang saw this, he immediately understood. This sea beast wasn't after money, but for sex. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Evil creature. Before Su Zhuoyang could speak again, Master Qingchen shook her hand, and the space-splitting cauldron immediately flew out. She made a Dharma seal and waved her hand quickly. Boom. The entire space-splitting cauldron was like a volcanic eruption. A scarlet flame rushed out from it and fiercely rushed toward the sea beast. Previously, when Master Qingchen faced Leopard Master and Xiaohua, she had already used the space-splitting cauldron twice. During those 2 times, she didn't make a Dharma seal. Now, when she heard the sea beast's words, she immediately urged her mind power to make a Dharma seal. Of course, it was because the sea beast was too powerful. On the other hand, it was obvious that Master Qingchen was very angry. Wherever the scarlet flame passed, there was a lot of white gas. At the edge of the white gas, there were faint black strands. Obviously, the heat of the flame was extremely high. Puff. The sea beast's body moved quickly, and it suddenly waved its tentacles. A clear water light appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of the flame pillar. However, as soon as the water light touched the flame, it immediately made a sizzling sound and also turned into white gas. Kill. Seeing that Master Qingchen had made her move, Su Zhuoyang couldn't care less. He made a Dharma seal with his hand, and the flying sword under his feet rushed forward. The sword split into 4 and attacked the 4 corners of the sea beast. Immediately after, other than Xiaohua, Leopard Master and Chu Muhuan also took out their own Dharma treasures. The rattan staff turned into a dark green rattan. It flashed brilliantly from bottom to top, like a fishing net that was about to trap the sea beast. From the mountain-containing box, a mountain-like yellow color flew out, and with a buzzing sound, it fell down like a thunderclap. Roar! The sea beast was caught off guard. The water that it spat out had just been destroyed by the fire pillar, and the fire had already burned the lower half of the sea beast. Another sizzling sound of frying was heard, and a hole several feet in size appeared in the fire. Green liquid was still dripping from the hole, and an extremely unpleasant smell was emitted from the liquid. However, as the liquid dripped out, the flame of the cracked void cauldron was gradually extinguished. However, before the flames of the space-splitting cauldron could be extinguished, Su Zhuoyang's 4 streaks of sword light flashed past like lightning. The tentacles, which were several feet long, were immediately chopped off like tofu. The smooth wounds on the tentacles were also covered with green liquid. Not only that, the rattan wrapped around the sea beast, but before it could retract, Leopard Master's mountain came crashing down. With a boom, the sea beast was pressed down from the sky and smashed deeply into the island. The ground seemed to have sunk more than 3 feet. Seeing that his flying sword had succeeded, Su Zhuoyang frowned. He was in disbelief. Before he could use his 1,000 eyes to see what was going on, another unforeseen event occurred. Swoosh, a green brilliance pierced through the dark clouds like the sun. In an instant, it pierced through the mountain formed by the magnificent mountain box. Pung! With a loud sound, the yellow congealed mountain immediately exploded into pieces. Chu Muhuan did not have time to retract his rattan in time. From the connection point on the ground, there were crisp cracking sounds as it broke inch by inch. Chu Muhuan's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly shook his hand, and the rattan broke in the middle. Those that were close to Chu Muhuan quickly retracted, and the broken part had already turned into green spots before it fell from the sky. 3 feet deep in the ground, there was a violent vibration. A glaring brilliance flashed, and Su Zhuoyang could not help but close his 1,000 eyes that he had just used. Whoosh! When Su Zhuoyang opened his eyes again, a starfish that was a few feet in size was waving its tentacles. Its entire body was flashing with green light as it pounced toward Master Qingchen. The starfish was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was in front of Master Qingchen. The 5 waving tentacles emitted strange water ripples that covered Master Qingchen's entire body. On the starfish's abdomen, the holes at the 4 corners trembled slightly, as if it was laughing wretchedly. Chapter 31-22. You're courting death. Master Qingchen's whole body was filled with coldness, and a shuddering feeling arose from the bottom of her heart. It was as if this gaze had directly penetrated her monk robe. Almost without hesitation, Master Qingchen hit the Buddha's seal that she had just formed on the space-splitting cauldron. A wisp of fire that was several times purer than before, but also several times smaller, rushed out like a red snake. Puff! The starfish's abdomen also sent out a wisp of cold water, which touched the fire. With a muffled sound, the fire was extinguished instantly. Ah! Master Qingchen turned pale with fright. Her whole body was filled with Buddha's light, and she wanted to use other Buddhist magic. However, the starfish was too fast. Just as the Buddha's light was produced, the starfish's 5 tentacles had already covered Master Qingchen's body. Although Master Qingchen was sitting on the rainbow wand, the tentacles were like a big hand holding Master Qingchen, and the Buddha's light quickly melted in the starfish's green light. The starfish grabbed Master Qingchen and immediately flew back. It seemed that this fellow's target was Master Qingchen. Su Zhuoyang was shocked. While urging his flying sword, he hurriedly looked at Xiaohua, who had not moved just now, on the cloud crane. However, Su Zhuoyang's gaze was everywhere, and the cloud crane's back was empty. He did not see Xiaohua's figure. Evil creature. Not far away from Su Zhuoyang, Xiaohua had appeared in front of the starfish at some point. His voice sounded coldly. I didn't want to make things difficult for you. But you actually learned from other bandits who occupied a mountain and robbed others. You even learned to rape others. I really can't stand it. I'll give you one more chance. Quickly put the sorcerer down, and I'll spare your life on account of your difficult cultivation. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly, but he did not take it seriously in his heart. Xiaohua's words were all inscriptions. Even if the starfish had cultivated into a spirit, how could it understand them? Sure enough, the starfish seemed to know how powerful Xiaohua was. His whole body flashed again, almost like a shadow flashing, making everyone unable to see which one was the real starfish. Crack, crack, crack. Just when Su Zhuoyang's 1,000-eyed pupils couldn't distinguish clearly, Xiaohua waved his hand, and several hundred bolts of lightning fell from the sky, covering an area of 3,000 feet. All the phantoms were destroyed by this heavenly lightning without exception. The true form of the starfish was revealed. Oh no! Unfortunately, when Su Zhuoyang saw the starfish clearly, the joy he had just felt completely disappeared. Because in the middle of the purple lightning, the starfish's body also emitted green lightning, blocking Xiaohua's lightning. This starfish also had the lightning attribute. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed. He glanced at the starfish's tentacles, and at Master Qingchen, whose Buddhist light was already very dim, and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. With a clap of his hand, the spirit execution sword gourd appeared, and he laughed loudly. "Treasure, please show yourself." Whoosh. With a loud sound, 2 green and red spirit execution sword gourd flew out. That faint gray color, which seemed to have a nose and eyes, emerged from the sword gourd. The refined spirit execution sword gourd was indeed powerful. As soon as the sword light appeared, the starfish immediately stopped moving in midair. Haste! Xiaohua chanted an incantation. The sword light rushed into the starfish's lightning. With a muffled puff, a stream of aqua blue pus rushed out. The starfish immediately slid down from Master Qing Chen's almost completely disappeared Buddha's light like a tattered rag, falling onto the island. Ah! Xiaohua released the spirit execution sword gourd and then killed the starfish. In just a few breaths' time, Su Zhuoyang and the others almost didn't see clearly what was going on with the spirit execution sword gourd. The starfish had already been killed, and they naturally couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. They looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with shock and joy. As for Chu Muhuan, he was almost ecstatic. "Thank you, Xiao Tanyu." Master Qing Chen seemed to be still in shock, and his face flashed with slight panic. He put his palms together and flew in front of Xiaohua, bowing and thanking him. The previous benefactor had been replaced with Tanyu. "You're welcome." Xiaohua put away the sword gourd and waved his hand. "You and I are on the same side. I'm still waiting for that matter after this." "Yes, this poor nun understands." Master Qing Chen took a deep breath and said, "Just for Tanyu's life-saving grace today, even if this poor nun has to use up her glib tongue, I will ask Zen Master to take action. Then this Xiao thanks you in advance." Xiaohua said with a smile, and his gaze fell on his left hand again. He did not put away the bamboo slip in his left hand at all. His magic power is boundless. This was Master Qing Chen's evaluation of Xiaohua at this time. At this moment, her heart was in a mess. These sea beasts were not ordinary. Most of them were lustful creatures. She was a bhikkhuni. If she were to fall into the hands of these sea beasts, death would be the best outcome. She did not dare to imagine anything else. At this time, she really regretted it. She really should not have gone deep into this unpredictable West Sea for some greed. Fortunately, Xiao Tanyu is an expert. He is really my Buddhist sect's boundless protector. Suddenly, Master Qing Chen had some understanding. It seemed that Xiaohua should have practiced the Buddhist sect's protector cultivation method. Although there was no Buddhist consciousness and no Saraira, it made her feel close to him. However, looking at Xiaohua's indifferent look, she also knew that Xiaohua would not answer directly. Anyway, there was still a chance in the future. Master Qing Chen sighed, stepped on a light cloud, and landed on the back of the colorful Wan, who was also in a daze, to rest for a while. "Thank you." Su Zhuoyang wanted to say again, but Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it. Hurry up. We have wasted a lot of time again. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we will be late." "Yes," Su Zhuoyang nodded, but his eyes fell on the sea star corpse on the island, and he reminded, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this sea beast's monster core can be used to refine medicine and refine qi, and there are many things on the corpse, can also be used to refine imperial weapons, magical weapons, and so on." "Oh? Is that so?" Xiaohua's eyes left the bamboo slips, glanced at the sea beast corpse, and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you, fellow immortal Su. I want the monster core. As for the rest, please make the decision and distribute it to everyone, okay?" "Huh, okay." Seeing that Xiaohua was so generous, Su Zhuoyang was overjoyed. This sea star was so powerful, and it was of the thunder attribute. Its physical body must be precious. Compared with it, the monster core was not that obvious. In Su Zhuoyang's eyes, Xiaohua gave up the precious body, but wanted the monster core. He was just looking for an excuse to save everyone's face. With such a shrewd overseas cultivator accompanying them to the West Sea lost treasure, how could Su Zhuoyang not be at ease? What Su Zhuoyang thought, Chu Muhuan, Master Qing Chen, and Leopard Spiritual Master also understood. Some of their previous worries had long disappeared. Fellow immortals. Su Zhuoyang landed next to the sea star corpse, took out the monster core and gave it to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua casually took it and put it away, he said, "After all, it will take time to divide the corpse. We'd better hurry. When we arrive at that place, I'll find some free time to distribute this thing, okay?" "It's okay, we'll listen to Su Tanyue's instructions." Master Qing Chen nodded. This thing originally belonged to Xiao Tanyue. Now it's distributed to us, we can do it at any time. Okay, seeing that the others also nodded, Su Zhuoyang put away the sea star corpse, urged the sword light, and flew straight across the island toward the northwest. Xiaohua also got on the cloud crane, still looking down at the bamboo slips, as if nothing had happened. Alas! Seeing that Xiaohua was so calm, Chu Muhuan sighed in his heart. He understood that he could no longer treat Xiaohua as an ordinary overseas cultivator. Fellow immortal Chu, at this moment, Xiaohua put away the bamboo slips and said with a smile, "I have something to ask." "Fellow immortal Xiao, please ask." Chu Muhuan's face immediately piled up with a smile and replied. "Fellow immortal Su just said that this monster core can be used to make medicine. What's going on?" Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out the bowl-sized monster core, which emitted a water-blue brilliance, from the space. Seeing this monster core, Chu Muhuan was immediately frightened and hurriedly shouted, "Fellow immortal Xiao, it's not easy to take this thing out here. You'd better put it away quickly. If other sea beasts see it, thousands of sea beasts will come to seek revenge. Even if fellow immortal has 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to escape." Seeing Chu Muhuan's reaction, Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly put it away. Then he looked at Chu Muhuan and quietly waited for his explanation. "Fellow immortal Xiao, you have Daoist cultivation. Presumably, you also know that Daoist cultivation steals the essence of heaven and earth for their own use. They blindly take from heaven and earth without asking for anything in return." Speaking up to here, Chu Muhuan seemed to be afraid that Xiaohua would be displeased and hurriedly explained, "Of course, as a cultivation path that is on par with our Confucian cultivation and Buddhist cultivation, although it has declined after our Confucian cultivation and Buddhist cultivation joined hands to exterminate it, its alchemy techniques are indeed somewhat unique. However, alchemy techniques also inherit the Daoist cultivation method. They also take a shortcut by seizing the essence of heaven and earth and refining it into medicinal pills. They use the medicinal effects of the pills to improve the cultivation of Daoist cultivators." Chu Muhuan thought for a moment and said, "But this unique alchemy technique also provides us Confucian cultivators with a new path to take as a reference. Although we Confucian cultivators don't advocate using medicinal pills and other things to increase the speed of cultivation, when one's cultivation is unable to advance even an inch, this medicinal pill can also allow us to walk out of a situation where we are at the end of our rope and have no way out. Of course, this is a chance to live, but the road is short. It's far from being as far as relying solely on tempering the righteous energy in the chest. But on the other hand, the road of cultivation is long and endless. We search from top to bottom, and if we can take one more step, it's one more step. Who doesn't want to take a few more steps? Therefore, we Confucian cultivators now also have some alchemy techniques. Although they are not as exquisite as the Daoist alchemy techniques." Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He probed that, when was the Daoist exterminated by us Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivation? To what extent has it declined now? In fact, it might not be appropriate for Xiaohua to say these words here. After leaving the Western Ocean, he could inquire as much as he wanted. However, Xiaohua was very curious. The Dawn Rain continent claimed to have exterminated the Buddhist and Confucian cultivators, and the 3 continents claimed to have exterminated the Daoist cultivators. What was so strange about this? Chapter 31-23. This. Chu Muhuan shook his head, Taoism was exterminated in the ancient times. It disappeared for a long time. We didn't know there was such a cultivation path. Later on, we didn't know when it started, but Taoism was revived, and we slowly knew the secret. However, this Daoist disciple didn't have much fame in the 3 continents, and I know very little about it. Oh, right, doesn't fellow Daoist Xiao have Daoist cultivation? The previous one, was it a Daoist magic tool? N. Xiaohua nodded slightly, but he was already absent-minded. Yes, on Xiaoyu continent, Xiaohua knew that Buddhism and Confucian cultivators had been exterminated by Taoism and no longer existed. Confucian cultivators might have some insignificant inheritances in the Dawn Rain continent, or perhaps in the millions of Meng Mountains. As for the Buddhist sect, they could be found in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Now, the only cold bamboo was killed by Xiaohua. Perhaps, it would be difficult to find any Buddhist sect disciples in the Dawn Rain continent. However, on these 3 continents, things were actually the opposite. Everyone knew that Taoism had been exterminated by Buddhism and Confucian cultivators, and no longer existed. Although there was some revival now, the situation was similar to Buddhism and Confucian cultivators on Xiaoyu continent. Maybe even stronger than that. At least, Xiaohua didn't become a rat on the street, and everyone didn't want to beat him. As an overseas cultivator, Xiaohua could still show his Daoist cultivation, and not be killed by Confucian and Buddhist cultivators. But the question was, who was the one who killed who? These 3 continents and Xiaoyu continent, what was going on? Could it be that this was also an independent world like Demon Realm and Demon Realm? Did I come here by chance through the space vein? Could it be that whatever formation was made by heaven? I'm afraid so. Only a natural formation could have such power. No matter what nascent soul cultivator or spirit-severing cultivator entered, they wouldn't be able to return. Xiaohua immediately understood. Moreover, the space vein of these 2 worlds is actually in the depths of Gui He Si and Shi He Si. It's far from what I imagined. That's right, second senior brother didn't say where the space vein was. In the air, in the water, in the mountain rocks, maybe even in the flowers and plants. However, how did Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects move to this world? Everyone, this is such a big deal. Forget it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. This is an ancient secret. What does it have to do with this Xiao? Right now, I have a home that I can't return to. It's better for me to think about how to raise my cultivation. Only by reaching the level of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress can one discover the spatial vein and return to the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua had gone through painstaking cultivation. Although his strength had not reached the level where he could challenge the spirit-severing stage, he had been suppressing the desire to return to the Dawn Rain continent from the depths of the Gui He Si in a few days and give the person who had plotted against him a head-on blow. At the very least, he had to avenge the 2 vengeful souls in Yellow Flower Ridge. He had to kill 2 nascent soul cultivators for everyone to see. But now that he was in a different realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to go back. He could only let go of this blood feud. Whether it was Yuanying or Avatar, their lifespans were extremely long, enough for Xiaohua to find a spatial vein in the future and go back to take revenge. Of course, if he was unable to find the way back, Xiaohua would not be too disappointed in his heart. Everything that happened in the Dawn Rain continent basically had an effect. The 2 people who treated Xiaohua the best had now died. Their souls had fallen into Xiaohua's space. From now on, they would accompany Xiaohua at all times, never to be separated. Although Xiaohua would sometimes think of Fairy Xianxia, when he thought of Fairy Xianxia's appearance in those days and compared her to the dead Xue, Xiaohua's heart would involuntarily calm down. Time was the best elixir. If Fairy Xiao's feelings for him were sincere enough, then these feelings might not fade because of time. Thinking of Fairy Xianxia, Xiaohua could not help but smile bitterly again. Fairy Xianxia wanted to distance herself from him, leaving space and time for the 2 of them to calm down. And the heavens had also fulfilled her wish. It was just that this distance was beyond Xiaohua and Fairy Xia's imagination. The distance between 2 realms It was so far that Xiao Hua could not imagine it. As for the time, it was far beyond Xiao Hua's imagination. Xiao Hua, who already knew the truth of the matter, had such thoughts. As for Fairy Hongxia, who also knew of Xiao Hua's death, what did she think? The so-called time, the so-called space, those were the difference between life and death, the separation of yin and yang. This test could not be said to be not big, nor could it be said to be not far away. Who would know the result? Xiao Hua's mood was somewhat gloomy. He lowered his head as if he was thinking. Chu Muhuan was somewhat baffled, but he did not dare to ask. Not only was Xiao Hua's speech mysterious, his methods were also powerful. He was definitely the eccentric overseas rogue cultivator in his impression. After a while, the sky brightened. Xiao Hua closed his eyes, his expression had already returned to normal. Clearly, he was comprehending the eye-clearing technique on the bamboo block. Xiao Hua was calm, but Su Zhuoyang's face was abnormally anxious. He had opened up a distance of several tens of feet between the four of them. Unknowingly, he had already rushed in front of them. When the red sun rushed into the sky, the blue sky was clear as if it had been washed. On the blue sea surface, countless gray-white sea birds spread their wings and fluttered. The five of them arrived at the left side of a coral reef. This coral reef was roughly several li in size. It was either exposed above the sea surface or hidden below the sea surface. The multicolored corals were like flowers blooming in spring. They dyed the several li of sea surface, making them extremely easy to recognize. What was special was that on the coral reef facing the east, there was a protrusion about half a zhang tall. This protrusion seemed to be in the shape of a human, with a head and a face. Right now, facing the rising sun, it was like a child watching the sun. Sigh, from far away, Su Zhuoyang released his divine sense. When he saw the empty coral reef, he couldn't help but sigh. He turned his head to look at the people still following behind him and felt a wave of disappointment. Indeed, he had met up with the three of them, encountered Xiao Hua, and then encountered the sea beasts halfway. The time spent in between was indeed too long. According to that person's cautious nature, he definitely wouldn't have waited here for too long. Perhaps his divination technique was really wrong. Or perhaps, this was the true auspicious omen. Without going deep into the lost treasure, how could he encounter danger? Su Zhuoyang's sword light converged. He stopped on the reef and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance. Fellow immortal Su, is this the place? Leopard Master was impatient. As soon as he saw Su Zhuoyang stop, he immediately called out. That's right. Su Zhuoyang's voice wasn't as loud as before. He said lightly, this is a hidden fisherman's reef in the West Sea. It's only a few li in circumference. Without a special route, it's not easy to find. That person asked us to meet here. Where is he? Master Qing Chen also flew over. He put away his rainbow wand and looked around curiously. The time has passed. Su Zhuoyang sighed. That person. I'm afraid he has already left. Su Swansea. Leopard Master was displeased. He said somewhat anxiously, it's not that I want to criticize you. Isn't it better for you to set up the meeting place here than anything else? But the meeting place is so far away from here. We didn't encounter any particularly powerful sea beasts along the way. If there were any disturbances from sea beasts, how could our sect have arrived? Su Zhuoyang also smiled bitterly. He bowed and said, fellow immortals, it's all my fault. I've made you come here in vain. I apologize to you. It's okay. Su Xianxia. Although Master Qing Chen was also somewhat regretful, he still comforted him. Xianxia has already said that person was more cautious. This place was obviously chosen by him. He didn't want us to know. It's not your fault. If we don't go, maybe we won't have the fortune to not go. At this time, Xiao Hua also flew over with Chu Muhuan. He was walking at the back. Their words were already filled with many inscriptions. However, Xiaohua only pricked up his ears. Looking at their expressions, he knew that it was already too late. He didn't care. It didn't matter whether they went to the West Sea lost treasure or not. Since it was a lost treasure, it was bound to be dangerous. He still had Jiang lure in his space. It was best if they didn't take risks. He couldn't wait to return to the Elysium with Master Qingchen. It depends on fate to get the West Sea lost treasure. For so many years, I don't know how many people have come to the West Sea to search for treasures, but I've never heard of anyone who got the West Sea lost treasure. We came late, so naturally, it's not fate. No one can be blamed. Chu Muhuan also comforted Su Zhuoyang. Su Swanzi, don't you have a telepathic spell? Leopard Daoist master urged. Send one. Maybe that person is waiting for you. Su Zhuoyang shook his head and said, I don't have that person's telepathic spell. Everything was arranged by that person. If I did, would have sent it last night. Forget it. Leopard Daoist master was disheartened. He looked around and asked, I'm unfamiliar with this place. I don't know if there are any useful sea beasts nearby. You and I, the 5 of us can't come here in vain, right? It's also good to hunt some. Don't. Su Zhuoyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, this place is, woo-woo. Just as Su Zhuoyang objected to Leopard Daoist master, the sound of a tsunami came from the middle of the reef group. Everyone looked up and saw a brightly colored reef slowly emerging from the sea. When the reef came out of the sea, a head that was a few feet in size rose from the sea. This head was triangular. On top of it were 2 bright black eyes that were extremely careful. Behind the head was a slender neck that was connected to the reef. Under the reef was a body that was several feet in size. This body was like a huge millstone. Around the body were 4 thick legs that were several feet in size. Wow! What a big turtle! When Xiaohua saw this thing, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This was the biggest turtle he had ever seen in his life. Chapter 31-24. Just as Xiaohua's astonishment was born, the tortoise's gaze swept over him. Hiss! Xiaohua's heart trembled and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if he had been seen through from the inside out. This tortoise. I'm afraid it has the strength of a late nascent soul stage. Xiaohua immediately made a simple judgment of the tortoise's cultivation. When Su Zhuoyang saw the tortoise appear, his face immediately filled with ecstasy. He hurriedly flew over, but didn't dare to get too close. He stood in midair and saluted with cupped fists, greetings, Senior Xian Wu. The huge tortoise raised its head and let out a low roar. Waves of snow rolled up around its body and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the tortoise's body. Immediately after, the tortoise's body flashed with a blue brilliance and rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a short old man less than 3 feet tall. This old man had shifty eyes and a goatee on his lower jaw. In particular, this old man's back was a bit hunched and he carried a medium-sized tortoise shell on his back. Seeing the huge tortoise transform into a human, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange light. However, when he saw the old man's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. That's right, what was wrong with transforming into? Why did it have to be so ugly? Fortunately, the huge tortoise's transformation caused quite a stir. Just the waves near the coral reef were several feet tall. Amidst the sound of the waves, Xiaohua's faint laughter wasn't too obvious. Little friend Su. The huge tortoise's voice wasn't jerky. It even carried a trace of dignity as it said indifferently, this old man didn't make an appointment with you at this time. This old man originally wanted to leave, but it just so happened that I didn't have to be on duty today. So I came here to rest a little. This old man wasn't waiting for you. Senior Xian. Su Zhuoyang looked at the cultivators behind him who didn't even dare to breathe loudly and hurriedly said with a smile, this one knows that I came late. I can't keep my promise anymore. It's this one's fault. This one also doesn't want to say anything more. However, These are all fellow immortals that this one invited from the 3 continents. If Senior is willing, could this one introduce them? Senior Xian nodded, tacitly agreeing. Seeing that the huge tortoise didn't refuse, Su Zhuoyang already had an idea. He pointed at Chu Muhuan, Master Clean Dust, and Leopard Daoist Master and introduced them one by one. The 3 of them naturally also immediately came forward to greet him. Yes, that's right. This old man has heard of them before. Unfortunately, Senior Xian's expression did not change in the face of the 3 people's greetings, nor did he return their greetings. He only replied indifferently before turning his gaze to Xiao Hua. And this one? Are you the descendant of a great scholar on the hidden immortal continent? I'm afraid that Senior Xian is mistaken. Su Zhuoyang said with a smile, this is fellow immortal Xiao Hua Xiao. Although he was born in the Shi country of the hidden immortal continent, he is now a rogue cultivator of the West Sea. Oh. Cultivators of the West Sea? How come I didn't know? Senior Xian's eyes lit up, and a layer of blue light flashed through them. Xiao Hua felt a strange fluctuation sweep across his body. Then, he heard Senior Xian say, this old man knows most of the loose cultivators in the West Sea. Even if I don't know them, this old man knows where they came from. This little friend Xiao is a complete stranger. Hee, speaking of fellow immortal Xiao, I still have to tell Senior Xian in detail. Su Zhuoyang laughed even more happily. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, fellow immortal Xiao, why don't you come and greet Senior Xian first? Yes, I'm Xiao Hua. Greetings, Senior Xian. Xiao Hua was quite easygoing as he bowed and said, get up. Senior Xian seemed to have noticed that Xiao Hua's cultivation was different. He did not treat the other 3 as he raised his hand and said, this old man is Xian Cheng, the deputy of the West Sea Patrol under the West Sea Dragon Palace. Since little friend Xiao is a West Sea rogue cultivator, you must have heard of this old man's name. See West Sea Patrol. Whether it was Chu Muhuan, Master Qing Chen, or even Leopard's spiritual master, they were all shocked. Their expressions became even more respectful as they understood Su Zhuoyang's previous words. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had never heard of this name. He only regarded the West Sea as the Guihe Sea. However, he immediately changed into a respectful expression and said in a deadpan manner, that's right. Senior's name is known to all cultivators in the West Sea. Although I haven't been in the West Sea for long, I've also heard of your name. However, this one has never seen you before, so I don't know you. Xiao Hua's words were quite archaic. Most of them were pronounced with the inscriptions of armor. Xian Cheng could hardly understand them, but Xiao Hua's respect was not fake. Then, Xian Cheng was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's respect and the other 3's astonishment. He knew that his name was resounding and that Su Zhuoyang hadn't revealed anything, so he opened his mouth to ask about other things. However, Su Zhuoyang knew Xiao Hua's ignorance and hurriedly said with a smile, speaking of fellow immortal Xiao, we're really fated to meet. We can be said to have become friends after a fight. Oh. Why? Xian Cheng was startled and asked curiously, could it be? Little friend Xiao wasn't invited by you? That's right, Su Zhuoyang hurriedly explained the whole story. In the end, he said, this is also a chance given to me and the patrol. That's the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. I've only heard of it and have never seen it before. If fellow immortal Chu had not seen the records of this formation before, you would have recognized it at a glance. I don't even dare to believe my eyes. With little friend Xiao, our great matter. Xian Cheng was originally somewhat reluctant in his heart. Now that he heard Su Zhuoyang's roundabout persuasion, his heart was moved again. After all, there were many cultivators who were proficient in formations, but there were very few cultivators who understood this kind of ancient vicious formation like the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Actually, we weren't a match for fellow immortal Xiao at all. We were defeated by fellow immortal Xiao in just a few rounds. Unfortunately, although he was born in Hidden Immortal Continent's Yu province, he wasn't proficient in our Hidden Immortal Continent's language. He only spoke the ancient inheritance of Confucian cultivators, so we spent a lot of time communicating with him. Su Zhuoliang struck while the iron was hot and said, moreover, when we passed through an island just now, we encountered a sea beast and were blocked. If it wasn't for fellow immortal Shao, it would have been difficult for us to escape. Oh? Which island? Xiancheng's small eyes flickered again. Tell me first. After Su Zhuoliang finished speaking, Xiancheng's face was very stunned. He looked at Xiaohua with some disbelief and said, that sea beast was extremely powerful. Back then, it didn't submit to my discipline. Although it was fiercely taught by me once, I knew that it was in my heart. However, this old man also understood that it was indeed fate that allowed it to take human form. It was just a hair away from being able to take human form. It wasn't any worse than this old man. In these years, it already didn't come out to stir up trouble and concentrated on cultivating. Therefore, I didn't remind you. Who knew? It was actually killed by little friend Shao. It's really fate making fools of people. AI, yes. With this delay. I came late. Su Zhuoliang didn't miss the opportunity and said again. Although he didn't say anything, he had already attributed the reason for the delay to the sea beast. Finally, it faintly fell on Xiancheng. I know. This matter can't be blamed on you. It was my negligence. Xiancheng nodded. Thank you, Senior Xian. Su Zhuoliang was overjoyed. Don't worry. Xiancheng waved his hand and looked at Xiaohua. Little friend Xiao, what about the sea beast's demon core? Do you have any use for it? Xiaohua was baffled and unconsciously looked at Su Zhuoliang. Su Zhuoliang hurriedly explained Xiancheng's meaning. Oh, no use. Xiaohua took out the demon core without hesitation and directly handed it to Xiancheng. If Senior Xian has any use for it, please take it. Little friend Xiao is really generous. Xiancheng was really stunned. Although he didn't reach out to take it, his two small eyes blinked and didn't leave the demon core in Xiaohua's hand. Senior Xian, this thing is useless to fellow immortal Shao. If you have a use for it, you can exchange it with fellow immortal Shao. There's no need to hesitate. Su Zhuoliang hurriedly said. Xiancheng nodded and said, it's indeed so. One of this old man's divine abilities is precisely lacking that sea beast's inner core. If little friend Shao has anything you wish to exchange for, feel free to say it. My West Sea Dragon Palace is filled with rare treasures. This old man will definitely satisfy you. After Su Zhuoliang finished speaking, Xiaohua threw the demon core into Xiancheng's hand. He said with a smile, Xiaohua himself had many cultivation methods and countless spirit herbs. He didn't lack anything at all. As for the cultivation methods and rare treasures of the 3 continents, he was even more in the dark now. How could he make a suitable request? It was better to be generous now and look for an opportunity later. However, just as he opened his mouth, he was suddenly shocked in his heart. He thought of a cultivation method that he hadn't found for a long time. Therefore, Xiaohua hurriedly changed his words and said, I am very interested in the West Sea's water escape technique. I wonder if Senior Xian can part with it? Water escape technique? When Su Zhuoliang heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He seemed to have never heard of this cultivation method. After Xiaohua explained, Su Zhuoliang smiled and turned his head and said, Senior Xian, fellow immortal Shao is very interested in the West Sea's water avoidance technique. I won't ask for other cultivation methods for fellow immortal Shao. This water avoidance technique is an extremely common cultivation method in the West Sea. If Senior has it, you don't have to be stingy. Xiancheng was very satisfied that Xiaohua gave him the demon core without any conditions. When he heard that Xiaohua only wanted the West Sea's water avoidance technique, he was even more happy. The water avoidance technique was something that could be seen everywhere in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua's words were obviously giving the demon core to him. As a result, Xiancheng felt even more embarrassed. How could he take out a simple water avoidance technique? After thinking for a moment, Xianxia stretched out his hand and took out a square jade eye from his sleeve. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this is a water avoidance technique that I obtained when I accompanied the West Sea's army to conquer Jianghu. It is said that it was passed down from the heavenly abode river. Although this thing is not unique to my West Sea Dragon Palace, it is extremely mysterious. I'm afraid it is more suitable for you humans. This thing has been idle for thousands of years. I will give it to you now. Io, Senior Xian, this is a good thing. I thank Senior on behalf of fellow immortal Xiao." Su Zhuoyang hurriedly replied and then explained to Xiaohua. "Great." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly received it and sent it into the space. He said respectfully, "Many thanks for Senior Xian's gift. I am very grateful." Chapter 31-25. Ha ha ha, good. Xianxia saw that Xiaohua didn't even look at it. Obviously, he believed it and laughed. He took out a thin invite-like thing and handed it to Xiaohua. "Little friend Xiao, this is this old man's voice transmission spell. When you finish cultivating the water avoidance spell, you can come to the Dragon Palace for a while." After listening to Su Zhuoyang's explanation, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He respectfully took the voice transmission spell and carefully put it away. Xiaohua had already obtained a lot of treasures in the West Sea before he started searching for them. He didn't want to follow the crowd to the west. Seeing Xianxia like this, Su Zhuoyang was very happy. He knew that Xianxia was cautious by nature. He was as timid as a mouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't only contact him. He would take care of everything else. Even the location of the meeting was a secret. Moreover, he had an intuition that even if he could arrive in time, Xianxia might not appear in time or there might be other tests. As for the thing that Xianxia gave to Xiaohua, Su Zhuoyang understood Xianxia's stinginess from the bottom of his heart. As Su Zhuoyang said, the water avoidance spell was nothing in the West Sea. It was different from the secret techniques of the Fecta sect. Any member of the water race in the West Sea Dragon Palace must know the water avoidance spell. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter the Dragon Palace. Of course, the water avoidance spell was the innate ability of the water race. Most of the water race couldn't use it. However, there were good and bad water avoidance spells. The origin energy consumed and the effects were different. Su Zhuoyang could tell that Xianxia had at least dozens of water avoidance spells just by looking at his feet. However, Xianxia didn't take out any water avoidance spell of the water race in the West Sea. Instead, he gave a water avoidance spell of the heavenly abode to Xiaohua. Su Zhuoyang didn't think that this water avoidance spell was anything special. However, he couldn't say anything about it. He could only say that this water avoidance spell was a good thing. Xiaohua didn't know any water avoidance spell. It was already good that he could get one from Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia had received benefits from Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua couldn't receive the corresponding rewards, these treasure hunts in the West Sea had been guaranteed. Xianxia would definitely fulfill his promise and bring Su Zhuoyang and the others to the secret location of the West Sea. Furthermore, Su Zhuoyang already had a plan in his heart. If there were other fateful encounters in the West Sea relic, he would definitely think of Xiaohua and not let Xiaohua waste the inner core of a 4th grade essence Qi Sea beast for nothing. Senior Xian. After Xiaohua put away the voice transmission spell, Su Zhuoyang probed, "This trip to the West Sea is really not easy for us, and it's really helpless that we missed the time. It wasn't easy for me to find a few good friends. Especially, being able to find a formation grandmaster like fellow Daoist Xiao has even increased our chances of finding treasures. What do you think?" Although Xianxia had already somewhat loosened up, he still hadn't officially agreed to Su Zhuoyang's request. Hearing Su Zhuoyang's words, he was still somewhat hesitant. Looking at the rolling waves in the distance and the birds and fishes enjoying themselves, he said hesitantly, "We haven't even set out and already encountered a delay. I'm afraid this trip is inauspicious." Senior Xian knows. Before this junior came to the West Sea, I already used my sex divination technique to divine the location. Su Zhuoyang said with a smile. Without waiting for Su Zhuoyang to finish speaking, Xianxia hastily called out, "What's the result?" "Naturally, it's an auspicious omen." Su Zhuoyang said with a smile, "Otherwise, how could I have arrived at the West Sea so smoothly?" This. A hint of joy flashed through Xianxia's small eyes, but then he hesitated again. It seemed that he was really timid and cautious. "Little friend Xiao, what do you think?" Suddenly, Xianxia turned his head and looked at the leisurely Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua didn't quite understand the words of the three continents, he still understood the first half of Xianxia's sentence. Without any hesitation, he shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "I've already obtained the water avoidance art. I have nothing else to ask for. And, to be honest, I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to go, I'll go. If you don't want to go, I'm more than happy to oblige." At the side, Su Zhuoyang sighed in his heart. However, he still honestly explained Xiaohua's words to Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Xianxia laughed loudly and waved his hand, saying, "Since I was able to meet little friend Xiao, a formation master, and I was able to obtain that item, this in itself is an auspicious omen. How can we not go?" Good. Not only did Su Zhuoyang's suspended heart settle, but the others also showed joy on their faces. Everyone had come to the West Sea with great difficulty. Naturally, they weren't willing to return empty-handed. Quick, without waiting for Su Zhuoyang and the others to speak, Xianxia opened his mouth, and a water-blue brilliance flew out like a fountain. When it rushed into the air, it immediately turned into specks of fireflies and fell on the sea surface. As soon as these fireflies touched the water surface, they immediately trembled and spread out in all directions with incomparable speed. Xianxia's figure fell from midair. His foot was stepping on the sea surface. His whole body moved up and down with the waves, and his eyes were closed. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xianxia opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he took out a walking stick from somewhere and said with a smile, "Let's go." Immediately, Xianxia's figure didn't leave the water surface. He quickly floated towards the west. Looking at his speed, it was actually not slower than the flying of ordinary cultivators. Seeing Xianxia fly away, Su Zhuoyang didn't need to say anything to Master Qing Chen and the others. That leopard Daoist master was the first to give chase. Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan naturally wouldn't release their mounts. Similarly, faint clouds and mist appeared under their feet, carrying the two of them to fly into the distance. "Let's go, fellow immortal Xiao." Su Zhuoyang originally wanted to urge his flying sword, but seeing that Xiaohua still hadn't gotten up, he hurriedly said, "This is all thanks to fellow immortal Xiao. Later, there's no need to say too much to me." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I don't care where we go on this trip. I'll only distribute things according to how much effort I put in." "Yes, I understand." Su Zhuoyang nodded. His figure flew along with the sword light, and he didn't forget to explain, "I definitely won't treat fellow immortal unfairly. Please rest assured, fellow immortal Xiao." Xiaohua nodded slightly. His figure also turned into the wind, silently flying along with Su Zhuoyang. His mind was now on the bamboo slips, and he didn't care about Su Zhuoyang's words at all. With his cultivation, if he wanted to do something, could Su Zhuoyang and the others stop him? He didn't believe that these people didn't know this. Su Zhuoyang flew for a moment, then passed everyone and flew to Xianxia's side. He seemed to be discussing something with Xianxia. Behind the two of them was Leopard Daoist, followed by Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan. Xiaohua himself was at the back. They watched as the sun rose from the east and reached the middle of the sky. Then, it passed by the crowd and left their backs behind. Fog rose above the surface of the sea. Dusk had arrived. The originally green sky was now dark. Although there was no blood red from the burning clouds, the orange-red sunlight shone down listlessly. The sea and the sky were filled with decadence. On the surface of the sea that didn't seem to have any signs at all, Xianxia suddenly stopped. He waved his hand, and immediately, a drop of water-blue brilliance fell into the sea. This brilliance was the same as the brilliance that Xianxia spoke of earlier, rushing in all directions with incomparable speed. Xianxia's words were too sudden, and Su Zhuoyang was caught off guard. His figure flew several feet away in an instant. When he stopped and saw Xianxia casting the technique, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked around and said with extreme astonishment, "Senior Xian, this is the place you were talking about?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded indifferently. "It's here." "It can't be." Su Zhuoyang knew that what he said was somewhat inappropriate, but he couldn't help but ask curiously, "The West Sea relic is in the depths of the West Sea, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is all dried up. I thought that we would have to fly to the extreme west for several days or even more than 10 days. How could we stop here? The spiritual qi here is abundant, and it's still very far from the extreme west. How could it be?" Su Zhuoyang said, "How could it be?" a few times. Wizard Qing Chen and the others also flew closer, and they were also puzzled. Who said that the West Sea relic must be in the extreme west? Who said that the West Sea relic must be in a place where the spiritual qi is dried up? Xianxia sneered. "That's all hearsay. I've been patrolling the West Sea for who knows how many years, and I know the territory of the West Sea like the back of my hand. There is no spiritual qi in the extreme west, and the sea insects can't even grow there. How could the West Sea relic be there? But the West Sea relic was left behind because of the war that annihilated the Daoists. The war was so fierce that it caused the spiritual qi in the extreme west to be dried up, and it couldn't recover for 1,000,000 years. Chu Muhuan whispered, "So the West Sea relic went to the extreme west." Humph, this kind of baseless guess has ruined many immortals. Xianxia didn't take it seriously. He looked at the rippling sea water and said, "They went to the extreme west where the spiritual qi was dried up. Not only did they not find the West Sea relic, but they also lost their lives there. There's something strange here." Leopard Immortal's withered yellow eyes turned slightly, and he suddenly said. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Junior Leopard, you found something strange?" Leopard Immortal's face showed a trace of embarrassment, but Xianxia's cultivation, age, and identity were enough to call him Junior Leopard. He could only point his finger and said, "I followed you all the way here. Although I didn't see any sea beasts, there were a lot of sea fish, sea shrimps, and seabirds. But here, it seems that there are no living creatures within a radius of 100 miles. Even seaweed are rare." "Yes, that's right." Master Qing Chen and the others hurriedly used their divine senses. Sure enough, they saw that the West Sea under their feet was exactly as Leopard Immortal said. "Junior Leopard, you deserve to be a spiritual creature of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm." Xianxia praised, "I've been patrolling the West Sea for who knows how many years, and I don't know how many times I've passed by here, but I've never found anything strange like this." "Alas." Su Zhuoyang sighed and said, "The territory of the West Sea is unimaginably vast. The sea surface of 100 miles is just a drop in the ocean. We've only been flying on the sword for a moment. How could we notice the situation here?" Chapter 31-26. Then, Su Zhuoyang took out a jade eye and looked at it for a moment. He said with a wry smile, "From the sea map given by Senior Xian, it seems that this place is much closer to the lava island than the fisherman's reef. My ink cloud pupil was found in this sea area." Xianxia said proudly, "My friend Su must have seen it, right?" "Yes." Su Zhuoyang nodded. "I've seen it a long time ago, and so have you. We all think that what is written in it should be true. But..." Master Qing Chen was a little puzzled. "Since this is the location of the West Sea relic, then, how could Ink Cloud Pupil be here?" "I don't know." Xianxia said with a smile, "But in my opinion, this West Sea relic has been in the West Sea for a long time. I'm afraid that some immortals have already come to look for it." This ink cloud pupil should be left by them after they failed to break the formation, right? Yes, you're right. Master Qing Chen nodded slightly, knowing that what Xianxia said was reasonable. In my early years, I secretly went down there according to the records of ink cloud pupil. Xianxia said mysteriously, I've also seen the formation of the relic, so I sent a message to Su Zhuoyang and asked him to invite his best friends to come together. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. At the same time, they understood why Su Zhuoyang looked for them. Obviously, he had come prepared. All right, Xianxia spoke to everyone while looking at the surface of the sea. While this old man is inspecting the surrounding 10,000 li of sea, let's discuss everything that happened after we entered. Although there are many records in ink cloud pupil, they are not detailed and many places are vague. We have to make a foolproof plan. Yes, I'll listen to your instructions. Su Zhuoyang nodded and agreed. But when he saw Xiao Hua, who was a few feet away from him, squinting his eyes as if he was comprehending something, he said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Xiao." "Oh, please." Xiao Hua opened his eyes and said, "Here, I can explain to fellow immortal Xiao. This is the most famous West Sea relic among the 3 continents and 4 seas. According to old legends, it's the place where the ancient Daoists were annihilated." Su Zhuoyang did not hide it and explained, "Fellow immortal Xiao has Taoist cultivation. If you can get something from the relic, you will be like a tiger with wings." "Oh. A relic of the West Sea? The place where the Dao sect was annihilated?" Xiao Hua raised his brows in astonishment. No one knew that the Dao sect was living a carefree life in the Dawn Rain continent. "Yes, I won't lie to you." Su Zhuoyang said solemnly, "Fellow immortal, if you can lend us a hand and go to the place where the treasures are, you will definitely be able to get a share that you like. Now, we need to discuss how to enter and how to deal with some unexpected situations. If fellow immortal is willing, I can explain everything to fellow immortal." "Forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "That would be too troublesome. Why don't you all discuss this? If you need this Xiao's help, feel free to tell this Xiao. I trust fellow immortal Su." Su Zhuoyang's heart warmed. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your trust, fellow immortal Xiao." Soon after, Xiao Hua comprehended the eye-clearing technique. Xianxia and the other 4 discussed their next move. Unknowingly, the night had already covered the entire horizon. Although there was a moon tonight, at some unknown time, the originally clear sky during the day was filled with clouds. The full moon was covered by thick clouds. The entire West Sea seemed to not have a trace of light. "All right." Xianxia's voice was heard, "Everything has been discussed more or less. It's useless to think too much. Let's talk about it after we go in. We have to act according to the situation." She said in a sharp voice, "You're not on duty today. Why didn't you rest in the Dragon Palace? Instead, you sneaked out. So it turned out that you came here. It's just that this servant doesn't understand. What are you doing here?" "By Hao Jiao." Xianxia sneered, "This old man is the deputy of the West Sea Patrol. You're also the deputy of the West Sea Patrol. In terms of age, you're still this old man's junior. What qualifications do you have to question this old man? If you want to follow this old man and find out this old man's shortcomings, then step on this old man to seek the position of the West Sea Patrol, then you're wrong." "Ha ha ha, old geezer Xian, you've finally said what's in your heart." Bai Hao Jiao laughed loudly, "I didn't expect that after enduring this servant for so many years, you finally said it today. Humph, how could this old man not know that you want to step on this old man to rise up?" Xianxia sneered, "You've stirred up this old man's wrongs in every possible way in front of the patrol, and you've even said this old man's shortcomings in front of the Dragon Palace's guards. You're just short of flattering the Dragon King of the West Sea. TSK. Bai Hao Jiao didn't seem to be angry. He smacked his lips and that strange snake tongue rapidly retracted, "You old fart, you don't have any ability at all. You only know how to patrol the sea and you're even blocking the servant's path. If this servant wants to be the patrol, then shouldn't this servant first move you away? You and I both know this very well. There's no need to say it clearly in front of outsiders. I just don't know why you dare to say the words you've been holding back for over 1,000 years today. If this servant hadn't followed you, I still don't know what you've united these people from the 3 continents to do here. What gave you the courage to do so? Is there any need for you to care what this old man does? After Xianxia finished speaking, he seemed to have some regret. He waved his hand and said, "These are all this old man's close friends. This old man merely brought them out for a walk. Now that it's late, this old man will bring them back to the Dragon Palace." That's pretty good. Bai Hao Jiao nodded. Since that's the case, this servant will return to the Dragon Palace and report to the patrol tomorrow, or invite a few close friends over. The sea scenery here is very beautiful. We'll have to stay here for a few more days. That's right, old geezer Xian. How many days do you think this servant should ask for leave from the patrol? You. Xianxia had never expected that there would be someone following behind him. Moreover, this person was the one he couldn't deal with the most, and the one who opposed him with equal harshness. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. What? Old geezer Xian, do you still want to kill me? Bai Hao Jiao didn't seem to be afraid. She seemed to be teasing him, not to mention that this servant has already left my jade eyes before coming out. Even in this West Sea, you and I are both patrol deputies. Do you think, with these 5 people, you can definitely kill this servant? If you don't, as long as you make a move, your thousands of years of hiding and enduring hardships will all turn into flowing water. Not only will you not be able to surpass this servant, you will also be punished by the iron law of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Hearing this, Xianxia was immediately discouraged. He knew very well that in this West Sea, he definitely couldn't kill Bai Hao Jiao. This was also one of the reasons why she dared to follow him. Since there's no other way, why don't you tell me your plan? Bai Hao Jiao chuckled. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill. If this servant is interested, perhaps, all right. Since things had come to this, Xianxia had no other choice. He could only tell the whole story in full detail. Chapter 31-27. Facing Bai Hao Jiao's threat, Xianxia was helpless. This was also the reason why, even though he was an elder, he had always been suppressed by Bai Hao Jiao. Fine. Xianxia thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "This old man agrees. However, you still have to contribute to this matter. Otherwise." This servant naturally knows this. Isn't there a saying in the hidden immortal continent? How can this servant be a freeloader? This servant will help you right now. Bai Hao Jiao said with a charming smile. Then, he lowered his head to look at the whirlpool that was as thick as a bull's mouth and the hurricane that had already disappeared. He opened his mouth and roared. A blue light rushed out and landed on the whirlpool. Woo! That gust of wind swept up again, and the whirlpool rapidly expanded. A hurricane gradually formed around the whirlpool. When the whirlpool was 3 meters wide, Bai Hao Jiao swung his snake tail, and a layer of water-blue runes strangely appeared and hit the hurricane. Whoosh! Just like the upheaval that Xiao Hua encountered on the heavenly sea, the hurricane suddenly fell and smashed into the whirlpool. With a loud rumble, the whirlpool that was already 300 meters deep became even more turbulent and rushed into the depths of the western sea. "Let's go," Xianxia sighed. Water mist appeared under his feet and carried his somewhat tired body into the whirlpool. Bai Hao Jiao and the others also followed. Xiao Hua was also the last to enter. When he entered the whirlpool, he looked inside and unconsciously stuck out his tongue, feeling an indescribable sense of disbelief. This was a channel of water that was 3 meters wide. The whirlpool spun from time to time, blocking the dark green water outside the whirlpool. This rotation was extremely fast, and what the naked eye could see was different. The spinning waves were frozen there like ice sculptures, extremely spectacular. Looking down, it was dark green again. The channel formed by the whirlpool seemed to extend as far as the eye could see. Boom! Just as Xiaohua entered the whirlpool, the dark green water behind him closed, and the water behind him chased after him. Xiaohua activated his vast righteous energy and used a sword technique to fly on his sword. His body directly fell into the sea. This island was actually very deep. It took the 7 of them 2 hours to reach the bottom of the sea. Xianxia waved his hand, and a pearl the size of a fist flew out of his hand. As the pearl's brilliance was waved out, the seawater within 100 feet of it was pushed away by the brilliance. Water avoidance pearl. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smack his lips, secretly saying, "This is a good thing." "Old Xian, is he here?" Bai Haojiao's gaze swept across the area. He saw that there were both silt and reefs at the bottom of the sea. There were also pitch-black things on the reefs. If he looked closely, he would see that those things were made up of tens of thousands of pitch-black insects. "Of course it's not here," Xianxia said coldly. "Come with me." "Heh, what's the point of hiding here?" Bai Haojiao sneered. He was not afraid of Xianxia having any tricks up his sleeve. He followed Xianxia and floated to a certain spot. The calmer Bai Haojiao was, the more guilty Xianxia felt. Even if he had some plans, he didn't dare to test them now. After the time it took to eat a meal, a pitch-black reef appeared before everyone's eyes. Xianxia listened down and pointed with a finger, saying, "It's here." "Oh. Here? It seems, there's nothing special about it." Bai Haojiao floated to the reef without a care. Blue light flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a strange manner. "You'll know once you use my West Seas Dusk transformation technique," Xianxia said indifferently. "This was originally cast by me, so I'll leave it to you. If you don't use your water spiritual power, how will you be worthy of the 20% of the lost treasure?" Dusk transformation technique? Why did you think of casting the dusk transformation technique here? Bai Haojiao was quite confused. "If you want the lost treasure and want to enter the treasury, then use it." Xianxia didn't answer him. Instead, he urged him. Bai Haojiao coldly looked at Xianxia, as if he was thinking about the truth of Xianxia's words. His slightly protruding snake eyes flashed with a faint scarlet light. Xianxia didn't show any weakness. Although there wasn't any special light in his beady eyes, he stared straight at the snake eyes without backing down. "I'm tired from casting the technique just now. I'll rest for a while more." Bai Haojiao's expression suddenly changed, and he smiled somewhat stiffly. "Oh? Haven't you always boasted that your cultivation is deeper than mine? Haven't you always said that I'm not worthy of being the vice patrol envoy in front of the patrol envoy? Why is it that I've just entered the West Seas lost my spiritual power today? Do you think I'll believe you?" Xianxia smiled faintly. "Of course, it's fine if you don't contribute. You must give up 5% of the share that we've just discussed." "Humph, old turtle shell. Are you threatening me?" Bai Haojiao's expression turned even colder as he said angrily. Hearing Bai Haojiao call him an old turtle shell, Xianxia's face turned red. He almost stuttered as he shouted, You can contribute, if you want. I'll cast the technique now. Wait. I'll enter the treasure house. Let's see what face you have to snatch credit from me." "Hee, so what if I snatch credit from you? It's not like I've been snatching it for a day or two." Bai Haojiao saw that Xianxia was anxious, and he was very happy in his heart. He smiled again and said, "However, today, I don't dare to not contribute. You can wait on the side." "Humph, ignorant." Xianxia sneered, "This old man only said that the twilight transformation was effective, but I didn't say that it would succeed. If it was a simple twilight transformation, wouldn't this Western Sea's lost treasure have been discovered long ago?" As he spoke, Xianxia reached into his bosom and took out a purple-red pearl smaller than his thumb. Although the pearl was small, it was extremely brilliant. Traces of purple and red lightning rapidly flashed within the pearl. An aura that Xiao Hua was very familiar with emanated from the pearl. Lightning condensation pearl? Bai Haojiao frowned and asked curiously, could it be that you still want this item? Nonsense. Xianxia said coldly, do you think this old man's 30% was taken for free? This old man has only encountered 2 lightning condensation pearls in my life. Last time, this old man already used one to open the seal. This is the last one. If this time, we still can't break the formation and enter the treasury, this old man has no other choice. Bai Haojiao knew how precious this lightning condensation pearl was. Even the Western Sea Dragon Palace had a shortage of this item. If Xianxia used this item to break the seal, she could only comply with Xianxia's arrangements. Gotcha. Xianxia waved his hand, and the lightning condensation pearl landed on the yellow sand. He then pointed his finger, and a blue watery light rushed out, and the lightning condensation pearl immediately shattered. Salala. Countless lightning bolts exploded from the pearl, as if 10,000 flood dragons had pounced onto the yellow sand. And those seemingly sturdy yellow sand instantly turned into powder under the lightning, disappearing into the water. Chapter 31:28. Alas. Seeing this, Bai Haojiao sighed and said faintly, this is the bottom of the West Sea, where did the lightning come from? If it weren't for the thunder condensing bead, even if others came here, they wouldn't be able to distinguish the true appearance of the treasury and trance. As the yellow sand disappeared from the reef, the thing below was revealed. Everyone couldn't wait to use the divine sense technique and the clear eyes technique to look at that side. Xiao Hua naturally released his divine sense without hesitation. Hiss. When Xiao Hua saw the several acres of land, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The shock in his heart was unparalleled. Xiao Hua had seen the decline of the whirling world in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, and he had also seen the decline of the Million Buddha painting. He had also seen the real ruins of the Buddhist sect in the Million Buddha painting. Although those places could be described as vast, they were filled with a kind of old and perished aura. It was a kind of aura of passing away. And this several acres of land was actually a kind of Buddhist array. A Buddhist array that seemed to be laid on a bluestone. This Buddhist array was engraved with 18 arhats of different figures. These arhats were either empty-handed or holding Buddhist staffs. There were even 2 mighty arhats who were angrily subduing dragons and tigers. These 18 arhats were huge in size, and they were divided into 18 regions, completely occupying an area of several acres. Under the careful sweep of Xiao Hua's divine sense, he understood. The figures of these 18 arhats were not truly engraved on the bluestone. Instead, they were formed by countless Sanskrit characters that flickered with a faint Buddhist light. These runes quietly stagnated on the bluestone, as if they were part of the bluestone. Looking at these bluestone emitting a faint Buddhist light, Xiao Hua thought without hesitation that this bluestone might not be bluestone. It was probably formed by billions of Sanskrit characters. 10. 18 arhats array? This. How is this possible? Master Qing Chen was even more shocked than the others. He almost blurted out, how could the secret array of the Western Paradise appear here? Master Qing Chen, this Buddhist array. Su Zhuoyang was also shocked by this Buddhist array. At this time, he came back to his senses, and his face was very ugly. He turned to look at Xianxia and asked Master Qing Chen. This is our Buddhist sect's very famous Buddhist array, called the 18 Arhat array. Su Tanyua, please take a look. The one sitting on the deer is Arhat sitting deer. The others are Arhat holding bowl, Arhat totem, Arhat riding elephant, Arhat laughing lion, Arhat happy, Arhat reaching hand, Arhat meditation, Arhat ear digging, Arhat pouch, Arhat long brows, Arhat guarding door, Arhat sitting meditation, Arhat crossing river, Arhat subduing dragon, and Arhat subduing tiger. They are the 18 Arhats, the 18 eminent monks of my Elysium. Each of them has their own divine abilities and methods. This 18 Arhat formation has even condensed the divine abilities of the 18 Arhats within it. Unless one is an almighty, one cannot break the formation. As he said that, Venerable Qing Chen looked at Xian Cheng and smiled bitterly. Senior Xian, if you want us to break this Buddha formation, I'm afraid it's impossible. Yes, the little nun is right. Bai Haojiao's expression returned to normal. He glanced at Venerable Qing Chen and asked Xian Cheng, this Buddha formation has a vast aura. I was intimidated by these 18 arhats at first glance. Moreover, this Buddha formation is divided into 18 regions. None of the regions can be broken by us. Not to mention that the 18 regions are connected together. I don't believe that these 18 regions have no connection with each other. Old turtle shell, do you have this ability? Hee, Xian Qing sneered and said, this old man has already seen this 18 arhat formation. Otherwise, how could I let fellow immortal Su find a Buddhist formation master? How could I let fellow immortal Su find 4 fellow immortals who can control the 5 elements primordial qi? Oh. You've already prepared? Bai Haojiao was somewhat surprised. You can break the Buddha formation? Then, he looked at the surrounding cultivators in disbelief and said in surprise, just based on these few cultivators with primordial qi of no more than 3rd or 4th stage? How would I know if I don't try? Xian Cheng said indifferently, this old man has lived for so many years. Although my cultivation can't compare to yours, my knowledge should surpass yours, right? Bai Haojiao knew about the grudge between him and Xian Cheng. This kind of conflict of interest could not be easily resolved. This time, it was only a temporary cooperation. When they returned to the Dragon Palace, it would still be the same scheming as before. Therefore, he did not continue the conversation. Little friend Xiao, you know about formations. Let's see how you can break it. Xian Cheng was not in a hurry to say the method of breaking it. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hua. Yes, this Xiao will take a careful look first. Xiao Hua nodded and released his divine sense to examine carefully. Oh. You actually know about formations? Bai Haojiao did not expect that the most silent Xiao Hua was actually a formation master. Moreover, seeing Xiao Hua actually release his divine sense, it was even more inconceivable. You are actually a Daoist disciple? There is nothing impossible in this world. Xian Qing replied indifferently, do you think that everything in this world is in your eyes? Xiao Hua closed his eyes and released his divine sense. After a full meal's time, he opened his eyes and said, this 18 arhat formation is really powerful. The 18 arhats are like the same person. They are tightly intertwined and inseparable. If we want to break the formation, it is absolutely impossible with just the few of us. Of course. Xiao Hua changed the topic, with the few people that Senior Xian found. This Xiao thinks that if we use the 5 elements formation of Taoism to divide these 18 arhats into 5 parts and cut off their connections, then, it is not impossible to break them one by one. In particular, we just want to enter and do not need to completely break it. As long as we break one part, we can make this Buddhist formation reveal a flaw. Su Zhuoyang, who was at the side, naturally explained what Xiao Hua said again. Good. Xian Qing clapped and said, little friend Xiao has the same idea as this old man. I just don't know if little friend has a method to break the formation. Senior Xian. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, breaking the formation is easier said than done. Although this Xiao can see it, if this Xiao really wants to break the formation, this Xiao still has to think hard. Not to mention a few days, even dozens of days of racking my brains may not be able to do it. Since Senior Xian has already prepared, there is no harm in taking it out and letting this one see. Xian Qing waved his hand and a jade eye appeared in his hand. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, little friend Xiao, take a look. Seeing this, Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at Su Zhuoyang with a bitter smile, this Xiao can't bear it. Please explain it to me. Su Zhuoyang nodded and took it. After he finished reading, he nodded slightly and told Xiao Hua. It turned out that what was recorded in the jade eye was a 5 elements formation of Taoism. Although this formation looked simple and Xiao Hua had never seen it before, it was similar to what Xiao Hua said. Xianxia was going to use the 5 elements formation against the 18 arhats. Senior Xian, it seems that this 5 elements formation needs formation plates and formation flags, right? Xiaohua asked with a bitter smile. Even if it needs the 4 immortals to refine it, I'm afraid that with Taoism's magic power, there will be a conflict. Formation plates? Formation flags? Xianxia was slightly stunned and said curiously, this old man only knows about Taoism's formation diagrams and has never heard of any formation flags or formation plates. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Zhuoyang, who was explaining, and smiled. Originally, to restrain this 18 arhats formation, the 4 symbols catalog of the 1,000 demons sacred realm is the most suitable. Unfortunately, this old man has no fate to go to the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Even little friend Leopard has probably never seen the 1,000 demons sacred realm's sacred array catalog, right? Hearing this, Leopard's spiritual master's face revealed a rare awkwardness and said with a smile, Junior's cultivation is shallow and has only heard of the Great Sage Hall. I have never known where this Great Sage Hall is. Therefore, I have never seen one of the Sacred Array catalog's 4 symbols catalog. Yes, little friend Leopard, who is considered a reputable demon cultivator in the 1,000 demons sacred realm, has never seen it before. How could this old man get it? Xianxia shook his sleeves and a formation diagram that was flashing with brilliance flew out. He said with a smile, therefore, this old man could only settle for the next best thing and racked my brains to get this 5 elements evil punishing formation diagram. 5 elements evil punishing formation diagram. Bai Haojiao heard and immediately screamed, You actually dared to sneak into the Dragon Palace's treasury? And dared to steal this 5 elements evil punishing formation diagram from the treasury? Hee, what's wrong? Xianxia said with a cold smile, You think this old man doesn't know that you went in before? Where did you get that jade water spirit from? If not for the jade water spirit, how could your cultivation catch up to this old man? You. Bai Haojiao was also somewhat shocked and pointed at Xianxia, not knowing what to say. The Dragon Palace's treasury is also not yours. Wouldn't it be a waste if this old man didn't take it? Xianxia sneered, How did you enter the Dragon Palace's treasury? This old man knows clearly. Formation diagram? At the side, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He could ignore the tit-for-tat between Xianxia and Bai Haojiao, but he couldn't ignore the formation diagram. He really didn't know what the formation diagram was. Xiaohua interrupted the two's bickering and reached out to ask, Can this junior take a look? This time, Xianxia hesitated slightly. Although he didn't quite understand what Xiaohua meant, he naturally knew that Xiaohua wanted to take a look from his hand gesture. However, inside the water avoidance pearl, in the depths of the West Sea, he didn't care about Xiaohua's strength. However, he didn't dare to give this formation diagram that was related to entering the West Sea's lost treasure to Xiaohua. Xiaohua immediately understood and said to Su Zhuoyang with slight embarrassment, This Xiao didn't say anything. You wait and listen to Senior Xian's instructions. If there's anything this Xiao needs to do, please speak. Su Zhuoyang naturally understood Xianxia's cautiousness and explained Xiaohua's words. Xianxia nodded and took out 4 jade eyes from his sleeve and handed them to Su Zhuoyang, saying, Little friend Su, this is the method to control the 5 elements evil punishing formation. You and these 3 little friends can comprehend it. This old man will place the formation diagram on it. After you've finished comprehending it, we'll join forces to break the formation. Yes, this junior understands. Su Zhuoyang took the jade eyes and looked at them. He distributed different jade eyes to Master Qing Chen, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard Taoist Master. He also took one for himself and sat cross-legged to comprehend it. Chapter 31-29. Bai Haojiao. Xianxia glanced at Bai Haojiao in the distance and said, This is the bottom of the West Ocean, a place where water-type spiritual energy is abundant. Moreover, we are from the Sea Clan, so in this 5 elements evil punishing formation, the Water Clan should have an absolute advantage. Originally, with the help of 4 little friends, this old man had a 40% chance of breaking the formation. Now that you're here, that chance has increased by another 20%. Our chance will be in this one move. Hee hee, old turtle shell, are you trying to squeeze me dry? Bai Haojiao laughed coquettishly, and the old turtle shell spoke again. Damn it, then you should have a taste of this old man's turtle shell. Xiancheng's face turned red, and he became angry. He then waved his sleeve, and another jade eye flew in front of Bai Haojiao. This is the formation that this old man comprehended in the past, you should have a taste too. Hee hee, what's so good about your turtle shell? Bai Haojiao laughed again, it's not like I haven't tasted it before. If you want to let me know the benefits of your turtle shell, then work hard. When we get out of this West Ocean lost treasure, this old man wants to have a taste of your turtle shell. Bai Haojiao's teasing was very obvious, and Xiancheng's face turned red. His beady eyes flashed with a peculiar brilliance, and he looked at the others who were comprehending with their eyes closed, and said with a lewd smile, since you want to know, then this old man will definitely satisfy you. Don't worry. This old man will let you know what it means to be strong with age. Hee hee. Bai Haojiao laughed, and gave him a coquettish look, as if the previous grudge had completely disappeared. He took out the jade eye, and a trace of blue light appeared in it, as he carefully looked at it. Seeing that the 5 of them were all comprehending the jade eye, Xiancheng's expression changed, and he flew up again, out of the brilliance of the water avoidance pearl, and towards the 18 Arhat formation, and looked at the formations one by one. After 2 full days, Xiancheng's face became somewhat impatient, and the others opened their eyes one by one. Everyone. Xiancheng glanced at Bai Haojiao, and said with a bitter smile, you all know that this old man and Bai Haojiao are the vice inspectors of the West Ocean, and we can't leave the Dragon Palace for a long time. This old man asked for leave to come here, and presumably Bai Haojiao is the same. We don't have much time left. Yes, I understand. Su Zhuoyang exchanged glances with Wizard Qing Chen and the others before replying, we've already understood how to control the formation map. As long as we follow your instructions, we can activate the formation map and imprison the 18 Arhat array in a short time. How long? Xiancheng raised his hand and stopped Su Zhuoyang from continuing. He asked somewhat impatiently. It can probably stop them for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Su Zhuoyang said after pondering for a moment. Clearly, the 4 of them had already discussed this earlier. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn will be sufficient. Xiancheng nodded slightly, glanced at Bai Haojiao, and asked, what do you think? Yes, I think so too. Bai Haojiao nodded and said, if the time it takes for an incense stick to burn isn't enough, then let's push the water spirit diagram to the limit and break the 18 Arhat diagram. I'm afraid that no matter how much time we have, it will be useless. Fellow immortal Xiao. When he heard up to here, Su Zhuoyang turned around and asked Xiao Hua. Can fellow immortal use that seal again now? If fellow immortal can assist Senior Xian, that would be even better. Of course. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the seal of overturning the sea flew out of the space. It turned into a fist-sized seal and landed in his hand. Oh. Bai Haojiao's snake eyes lit up. He looked at the small seal and said curiously, is this a Daoist Dharma artifact? It seems like it can really restrain the water spirit diagram. If its power is enough, it can also be useful in breaking the formation. Let's do it. Xiancheng glanced at the seal of overturning the sea. He wasn't too surprised and waved his hand. Yes. Su Zhuoyang and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They all urged their origin power and were about to fly up. Xiancheng shouted again, 2 little friends, if your mounts can do it, let them out. If you can help, then do it. Yes, Junior understands. Chu Muhuan and Master Qing Chen heard and waved their sleeves. The rainbow Wan and the cloud crane flew out respectively. Let's go. Master Qing Chen landed on the rainbow Wan. He pointed his finger, and the cracking cauldron flew out. A crimson flame flew out from the cauldron and suddenly exploded in midair. It was like an exploding lantern, covering Master Qing Chen and the Rainbow Wand. Everyone felt the entire brilliance heat up abruptly. The Buddha's light on Wizard Qing Chen and the Phoenix's body flourished. This Buddha's light was like a fire that transformed into a ball of crimson fire. It charged out of the water avoidance pearl and burned a space of several feet in size in the seawater, flying towards the east side of the formation map. Master Qing Chen's flame was so hot that even though it had flown far away, the boiling hot breath could still penetrate the water spiritual energy of the West Sea and rush to everyone's faces. I'm going. Immediately after, the leopard Daoist let out a roar and opened his mouth. The magnificent mountain box flew out. As the leopard Daoist spat out a mouthful of demonic energy, the magnificent mountain box emitted a dazzling yellow light. A heavy aura came from the magnificent mountain box, and a strand of dust rose from this aura. As soon as this small cloud of dust appeared, it forced the light of the water avoidance pearl to sway. It expanded by more than 10 feet. Then, with the sway of the light, the cloud of dust turned into a whirlwind that was several feet in size. The earth's spiritual energy in the whirlwind was rich. When Leopard's spiritual master saw this, his body turned into the wind and rushed into the whirlwind. With another roar, he rushed to the north of the formation. Just as Leopard's spiritual master left, Su Zhuoyang's body flashed with a silvery white brilliance. The true qi in his middle dantian immediately rushed out of his body. Su Zhuoyang looked like a burning silvery white golden flame. Clang! There was the sound of a sword ringing. Su Zhuoyang opened his mouth and the flying sword rushed out and fell into the true qi. The luster of the flying sword was golden. Boom! As the flying sword fell into the true qi was like the pitch-black rock layer under the twilight transformation technique. The entire true qi condensed and in a moment, a flying sword that was several feet in size was born outside of Su Zhuoyang's body. The thin flame pattern was like the sword pattern of the flying sword. Go! Following Su Zhuoyang's sword-ringing sound, the golden flying sword rushed out of the light and fell on the west side of the formation. It's this Chu's turn. Chu Muhuan waved his hand and the rattan staff produced a green light. As the green light flashed, the entire rattan staff turned into a sprout. This sprout rapidly grew and turned into a small tree. In the end, it became a towering tree that was several tens of feet in size. Chu Muhuan opened his mouth again and a mouthful of true qi rushed into the big tree. A rattan as thick as a child's arm grew on the thick tree trunk. The rattan coiled out and fell on Chu Muhuan's waist. Chu Muhuan's body flashed with a green brilliance and fell on the roots of the big tree along with the rattan. The cloud crane also let out a cry and spread its wings to lift Chu Muhuan and the big tree, flying towards the south of the formation. Good! Xiancheng was overjoyed and opened the formation in his hand. A stream of light came out of the formation and rushed towards the 4 people who had already stabilized themselves in the air. It was like a picture being shaken into the mortal world. 5 different colored balls of light came out of the formation and rotated under the feet of the 4 people. We'll go too. Xiancheng glanced at Bai Haojiao and said, although you and I have a grudge in the past, we can only work together today. Understood. Bai Haojiao's face was solemn and her entire body trembled violently. Countless amounts of water spirit qi rushed into her body from the sea and a 3-meter-long python appeared again. Roar! Xian Ming also let out a loud cry. A blue brilliance blossomed from his body and a black tortoise the same size as the python appeared. As soon as the true forms of the python and the black tortoise appeared, countless tiny whirlpools appeared between them. The water spiritual energy rushed into the whirlpools like a swarm of bees, condensing into countless needle-shaped crystals in an instant. Almost without any sound, the black tortoise and the python left the water avoidance pearl and floated to the center of the formation. It was the largest blue ball of light among the 5 balls of light. Fall, just as the black tortoise and the python approached the light, Xiancheng's voice came out. Master Qing Chen and the other 4 balls of light fell into the formation. Shua, almost at the same time, the 5 balls of light were like 5 huge suns. They suddenly emitted a strong brilliance and rushed towards the 18 Arhat formation. Boom! The impact was like an earthquake. Xiaohua almost couldn't stand still in the air. The water avoidance pearl was shot far away in this impact. Fall, how could Xiaohua let the water avoidance pearl run away? Opening his heaven and earth sleeve, he forcefully trapped the water avoidance pearl above his head. Wang wang. A violent roar sounded. In the center of the 5 balls of light, a whirlpool shaped like a tornado rushed into the sky. The black tortoise and the python were on both sides of the whirlpool. Countless needle-shaped crystals were born in this whirlpool and pierced towards the 18 Arhat formation. Every time those crystals pierced the formation, the entire seabed would shake. However, after half an incense stick's time, the power of the whirlpool was already somewhat weakened. However, the formation only trembled and didn't show any signs of collapse. Not good. Xiancheng's voice came. He said anxiously, "Little friend Xiao." Although Xiancheng didn't understand inscription armor, he called "little friend Xiao" very familiarly. Xiaohua understood as soon as he heard it. Urging the magic power in his body, the seal of ocean overturning seal immediately let out a roar. The little earth spiritual energy on the seabed swarmed in. The seal of ocean overturning seal immediately became half a mu in size. Go! Xiaohua's figure flew up and urged the secret technique. The coiling dragon on the seal smashed towards the center of the whirlpool. Rumble, an extremely strong vibration came from the center of the whirlpool. Clang, a bright light was born from the whirlpool. Huh! Xiaohua, who was in the air, saw this light and knew that the 18 Arhat formation was broken by his seal of ocean overturning seal. He couldn't help but stare blankly. He thought that although his seal of ocean overturning seal was powerful, looking at the previous situation, he would have to urge it a few more times to succeed. How could it be effective in one strike? Could it be that my magic power has greatly improved? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Since we have this item, we can go down even if it's a place of fire. The chance of getting the relic has increased by another 10%. Seeing that Xianqing did not admit it, Bai Haojiao had no choice. He looked at Master Qing Chen, who was flashing with Buddhist light and had tiny flames mixed in the Buddhist light. Bai Haojiao's snake tail produced water vapor, and he slowly landed in the hole of the Buddhist formation. Master Qing Chen did not dare to delay and flew down as well. Seeing the light above the hole, the water film of water spiritual energy did not obstruct them, and the two of them entered. Come in. After a moment, Bai Haojiao's somewhat disappointed voice was heard. Oh. Xianqing heard the meaning in Bai Haojiao's voice, and his heart thumped. He did not have time to greet Su Zhuoyang and the others, and immediately jumped into the light. Let's go. When Xianqing entered the Buddhist sect, Su Zhuoyang sighed. How could he not know that there was a problem again? He waved his hand, called Xiaohua, and jumped in as well. Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times, and he looked to his left. The water blue brilliance above his head had become pitch black, and an incomparably strong pressure came from the darkness. Xiaohua understood that he was now at the bottom of the sea, and everything had to withstand the heavy pressure of the water. He did not have the water escape technique, and could only survive under the protection of the water avoidance technique. If he wanted to reach the surface, he had to rely on the water spiritual energy of Xianqing and Bai Haojiao, the two West Sea Patrol inspectors. He had no other choice. Let's go, it's lava on both sides. Others may be afraid, but I am not. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and also jumped into the Buddhist formation. Chu Muhuan and Leopard Spiritual Master also entered. As soon as Xiaohua entered the Buddhist formation, an extremely hot aura hit him in the face. This extremely hot aura cut his face, wave after wave, as if it was endless. The dark golden brilliance protecting Xiaohua's body slowly flashed under the sharp heat waves. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He had no choice but to urge his true origin to replenish the consumption of the golden light protecting his body from time to time. Clearly, this was a space that was hundreds of feet wide, and divine sense could not be used. Xiaohua's eyes could only see craggy rocks, and it looked like an ordinary cave. However, the rocks were scarlet red, and within that scarlet color, there were specks of Buddhist light. This Buddhist light was like millions of fireflies, covering the entire space. Although hundreds of feet of space was large, Xiaohua finished looking at it in a moment, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Yes, the space was large enough, but there were no treasures. As for the passage leading to the depths, there was also nothing. How could it look like a lost treasure of the West Sea? Xian Cheng and the others were obviously stunned. After looking around like Xiaohua, Xian Cheng said, "Young friend Su, that Imo Yuntong seems to only say that there is a Buddhist sect, and you need to use the 4 symbols or 5 elements formation to break the formation, right?" "Yes, Senior Xian." Su Zhuoyang nodded. It also explained in detail how to break the 4 symbols or 5 elements formation, but this detail is also a general idea, and it needs to be carried out according to the specific formation diagrams. It didn't even mention the name of the Buddhist formation. As for the inside of the Buddhist formation, it didn't mention a single word. I thought that the lost treasure was inside the Buddhist formation. As he spoke, Su Zhuoyang reached out to take out Imo Yuntong. "Forget it, there's no need to take it out." Xian Qing waved his hand and said, "This old man has seen that thing countless times." Every single word and sentence in the book was clear. Yes, Su Zhuoyang heard and his hand stopped. Xian Cheng was right. He had seen Imo Yuntong many times, and there was no need to look at it again. How is that possible? Bai Hao Jiao mocked. If the lost treasure is inside the Buddhist formation, then the cultivator who came here earlier, the one who left Imo Yuntong behind, has already entered the treasury? Didn't he take away the lost treasure long ago? Why did he leave Imo Yuntong behind? This old man thought. Xian Qing said, "The person who recorded Imo Yuntong was the same as when I came here for the first time. He only used the thunder condensing bead to break the restriction formation outside the Buddhist formation. When he encountered the 18 Arhat formation, he was helpless. He could only study it for a long time, record the situation in Imo Yuntong, and leave helplessly. Therefore, my previous discussion with you was about how to break the formation. Of course, all of this was an assumption made under the circumstances that Bai Hao Jiao and Xiaohua hadn't come. I never expected that the two of you would actually show up. Especially Bai Hao Jiao. If you work together with me, all of our troubles will vanish into nothingness. All of our plans will be useless. But this old man. I didn't expect that, there was still another world inside. Since we're here, we still need to work hard." Su Zhuoyang thought for a moment and said, "Since we can break the 18 Arhat formation, it's not impossible for us to go further. This is a Buddhist formation." Speaking of this, Su Zhuoyang's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have thought of something and cried, "By the way, I remember that Imo Yuntong mentioned looking for a person from the Buddhist sect." "Yes, that's right." Xian Qing also smiled, because the people from the Buddhist sect have Buddhist awareness, they can distinguish the Buddhist formation. This old man thought that Master Qing Chen could play a role in breaking the formation, but I didn't expect that. You could still play a vital role here. Master Qing Chen. Leopard Immortal couldn't help but cry, "Can you still use your Buddhist awareness?" Master Qing Chen said curiously, "Of course. Is it possible that?" Yes, my elemental spirit skill is useless." Xian Qing said with a smile, "What about Su and Chu? Junior's divine awareness skill and mind-clearing skill are useless." Su Zhuoyang and Chu Muhuan said in unison. "Well, Master Qing Chen, please release your Buddhist awareness and take a closer look." Bai Hao Jiao hurriedly nodded and said, "Is there anything strange in this cave?" "Yes, this poor nun understands." A strange look appeared on Master Qing Chen's face. He released his Buddhist awareness and explored the space inch by inch. This space was also strange. It seemed to be able to perceive Master Qing Chen's Buddhist awareness. Wherever the Buddhist awareness passed, there would be a faint Buddhist light flickering, and Sanskrit characters flowed in the Buddhist light. Strange. Xiao Hua looked at the Sanskrit characters that were somewhat similar to the golden rune in the Buddhist light and was really puzzled. Normally, the Buddhist formation should be filled with golden rune. It's just like. But, when he thought of this, he laughed inwardly. Damn it, the runes of my Daoist sect are actually not ordinary runes. The runes in the soul formation are not all green seal script, and the runes used in the 1,000,000 Meng Mountains are only similar to the green seal script. So, how is it possible that the Buddhist sect is using the golden inscription? It must have taken hundreds of millions of years to evolve into Sanskrit and use it as the foundation of the Buddhist formation. This Sanskrit should have the same function as Buddhist seals or runes, right? There must be Buddhist and Confucian formations. It is not strange for the 1,000 demon sacred realms formation to appear here. If there was only the 18 Arhat formation outside, this one would be suspicious. Anyone who obtained the 4 symbols catalog or the 5 elements formation diagram could enter. Then wouldn't the West Sea relic have already been taken away? Furthermore, this one does not doubt that behind this demon formation, there must be Confucian origin formation. At this point, a look of extreme regret appeared on her face. Our efforts this time have been in vain. That might not be the case. Xianxia smiled and said, we have finally broken through the 18 Arhat formation and witnessed the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. After we return, we will make plans, that. At this moment, a string of words that they did not understand rang in everyone's ears. What? Fellow immortal Shao. When this voice entered his ears, Su Zhuoyang almost jumped up. You said, you can try to break this formation? However, this is not some great heavenly cycle star formation. Are you really confident? Not only was Su Zhuoyang ecstatic, his voice was also trembling. This feeling of coming back from death's door was really wonderful. Yes, this one seems to have seen this formation before. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if this one is given some time, although I don't dare to say that I can break this formation, I still have some confidence in making it reveal a flaw for us to enter. Yes, when he saw this golden crow, Xiao Hua had a very familiar feeling. Isn't this the golden crow talisman? It was one of the innate divine restrictions that Xiao Hua gradually recalled after his Naiwan Palace's seal was broken. Since the rabbit talisman was either the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation or the Capital Star Formation, this Golden Crow talisman being some Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation was not considered strange. However, Xiao Hua did not comprehend much about the Golden Crow talisman and still could not control it as he wished. However, if it was as Xiao Hua said, it would not be difficult to find a flaw to enter. After all, Xiao Hua's divine sense could not be used. However, when he saw the flames inside the Golden Crow's body, he already had a trace of understanding. This Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation was probably not complete. Otherwise, it would be impossible to see any flames when the entire formation was made of golden crows. Hearing Su Zhuoyang's explanation, everyone's hearts were once again rekindled with hope. They all looked at Xiao Hua with bright eyes. Fellow immortal Xiao, how much time do you need to break the formation? Su Zhuoyang said happily, more than 6 hours? I don't think so. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, give me an hour first. Good. Su Zhuoyang clapped and said, I will wait for fellow immortal Zhao's good news. Immediately, several people gathered at the side, seemingly discussing and waiting. Xiao Hua looked around the Golden Crow's stone wall for a long time, then sat cross-legged at the side and actually closed his eyes to meditate. Su Zhuoyang and the others watched anxiously, but they knew that Xiao Hua was thinking about how to break the formation, so they did not dare to disturb him. Sure enough, after an hour, Xiao Hua opened his eyes, stood up and said with a smile, fellow immortal Su, this Xiao is ready to break the formation. Good. Seeing that Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve, Su Zhuoyang was really incomparably happy. He really did not expect that Xiao Hua, this Daoist loose cultivator he casually picked up on Lava Island, would actually be able to break the formation at the crucial moment. His divination was indeed correct. Xiao Hua flew in front of the golden crow, waved his hand and took out a dozen jade talismans that he hurriedly refined from the space. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the golden crow for a moment, then activated his magic power. With a whoosh, a jade talisman rushed into the golden crow's abdomen, wang. A low rumbling sound was heard, and a ripple-like flame emerged from that place. This flame rapidly spread until it affected the entire golden crow, then it slowly stopped. Xiao Hua's jade talisman actually entered the golden crow immortal slaying demon formation. Good. Su Zhuoyang clapped and said with a smile, fellow immortal Zhao's godly skill is like this formation should be broken. Hee hee. Xiancheng, who was at the side, also laughed. Since this strange jade talisman could be sent into the demon array, then the other jade talismans could naturally be sent in as well. They could also create an array within this demon array. It was the same logic as the 5 elements evil punishing array breaking the 18 Arhat array. This Xiao Hua is a little strange. Bai Haojiao said with a frown, he clearly has a strange Daoist technique in his hands. Why didn't he take it out earlier? Why did he have to ponder over it for so long? Senior, there's something you don't know. Su Zhuoyang said with a smile, fellow immortal Xiao is proficient in Daoist formations. I'm afraid that he doesn't understand the 1,000 demons sacred realms formations. Even if he has some tricks, he should still think twice before acting, right? He won't do something, right? Bai Haojiao was still worried. Master Qingchen said with a smile, although this humble nun is not very familiar with Xiao Tenyu, he is honest and noble. Furthermore, he has something to ask of this humble nun, so there's no harm. Oh. Bai Haojiao was non-committal when he heard that. The aqua-blue brilliance around him moved slightly, and the half of the West Dragon ring appeared at his waist. Chapter 31-32. Just as Xiao Hua withdrew his magic power, a sudden change occurred. An extremely strong suction force came from the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. The true essence in Xiao Hua's meridians involuntarily rushed out of his meridians and into the Golden Crow. Moreover, Xiao Hua's body was also pulled to the Golden Crow by this suction force, unable to move at all. He was paralyzed on top of it like a dead person. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly struggled and shouted, this Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation has changed. Fellow immortals, quickly leave. As he spoke, Xiao Hua roared again, Chang, a ball of golden light appeared around Xiao Hua's body. Countless scorching fire spiritual energy rushed into Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, Xiao Hua's dragon transformation art was activated again. Xiao Hua wanted to use the dragon transformation art to cut off this suction force and use the heavenly law embodiment technique to forcefully pull his body away from the Golden Crow. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua's heavenly law embodiment technique was activated, wang wang wang. A series of rumbling sounds came from the crimson walls of the entire space. Billions of Buddhist lights lit up like a fire seed, igniting the entire space. Countless merciless crimson flames rushed out from the stone walls and madly burned everyone. Covering the sky and covering the earth, there was nowhere to hide. What was special was that when the entire space turned into flames, the entire Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation also suddenly moved. An intense vibration. A kind of heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing heat suddenly rushed out from the Golden Crow demon formation. This change was really too sudden. Just as Xiao Hua's voice came out, all of the flames were affected. Xiancheng and the others simply did not have time to escape and were surrounded by all of the flames. Come out, Xiancheng opened his mouth almost without thinking, and a jade bangle that was similar to a semicircle flew out. The moment the jade bangle came out, it immediately turned into a watery brilliance that protected Xiancheng's entire body. What was even more amazing was that this brilliance was like a waterfall coming out from Xiancheng's body. It connected with the brilliance of Baihaojiao's West Dragon Ring and formed an oval watery brilliance. Old turtle shell. Seeing this, Baihaojiao's eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy, so that half of the West Dragon Ring is in your hands. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly, but before he could say another word, humph. An even more oppressive and cold snort came from the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation at the same time. Then, a seemingly corporeal divine sense swept over. This divine sense was extremely cold, and Xianxia and the others all felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts the moment they came into contact with it. However, the divine sense completely ignored them. After a slight sweep, it landed on Xiaohua, who was struggling with all his might. At this moment, Xiaohua's Dharma idol had just emerged from the golden light. Hee, in the 3 great continents, there are still successors of my Dao sect? How strange. A voice that sounded like an owl's came out of nowhere. Caw. Just as this chilling sound landed, the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation suddenly moved. It actually opened its mouth and cried out as if it was real. A pure-colored thread of fire rushed out from the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation, accompanied by an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, pounced towards Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and Baihaojia were protected by the West Dragon Ring's watery light, but Su Zhuoyang and the others were not. Just as Xianxia released the West Dragon Ring, Su Zhuoyang, Venerable Qingchen, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard's spiritual masters' bodies flashed with brilliance as they resisted the flames from the 4 walls. At the same time, they tried their best to fly towards the watery light. Unfortunately, everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the destructive thread of fire had already rushed in front of everyone. Fight! Su Zhuoyang's eyes flashed with horror and despair, but he still roared loudly. Sword light flashed around his body, and he wanted to join forces with the 4 of them to deal with the situation as they had discussed previously on Lava Island. Just as Su Zhuoyang's golden sword light, Venerable Qing Chen's Buddhist light, Chu Muhuan's green light, and Leopard's spiritual master's demonic aura were activated, the thread of fire rushed over like a storm. Whoosh! It was swifter than a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. All the sword light, Buddhist light, green light, and demonic aura were annihilated. The physical bodies of the 4 of them melted instantly, leaving only a large portion of their skeletons scattered in the fire, and rushed out of the space with the fire. The most eye-catching thing was that the pitch-black inky cloud eyes were still swaying in the fire. They also floated out of the space with the corpses, and fell into the West Sea once again. Ha! With a loud laugh, 4 blood shadows emerged from where Su Zhuoyang and the others had fallen. Like moths to a flame, they rushed into the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation. A burst of hearty laughter sounded again. Little doll, don't struggle. You saved me today, so I won't take your life. Boom. With a muffled sound, the Dharma that Xiaohua had just condensed collapsed. The vital core in Xiaohua's body was completely absorbed at this moment, and not a single drop was left. It was just as the voice had said. Although Xiaohua no longer had any magic power, nor did he summon the innate primordial water or any other treasures, there was a layer of faint black and white light around him. It actually blocked the destructive fire threads outside, and Xiaohua himself was not injured at all. Ka-cha-cha. Just as the laughter fell, the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation that had absorbed Xiaohua's vital core suddenly cracked. With the dozens of jade slips that Xiaohua had sent into the Golden Crow Grand Formation as the center, the cracks instantly spread throughout the entire Golden Crow. Boom! After the cracks, the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation collapsed. Endless innate primordial fire rushed out of the Golden Crow's body like a flood, and behind the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation, a black hole of several feet in size appeared. The sound of wind howling from within the black hole was endless, and the aura of death filled it. This. How is this some West Sea treasure? Baihaojiao's shrill and terrifying voice sounded. This is the West Sea. The Sea Eye of the West Sea. Bai Haojiao and Xianxia both controlled the West Dragon Ring. Although the West Dragon Ring's light was gradually fading, it was still able to withstand the innate primordial fire and those strange fire threads. Bai Haojiao cried out in shock, as if he was extremely scared. How could he dare to stay here for even half a second? The demonic light around Bai Haojiao's body trembled, and he turned back into a small snake. With half of the West Dragon Ring in his mouth, he flew toward the hole that was closing up. Humph! With a cold snort, a black and white light shot out like lightning and hit the West Dragon Ring. Whoosh! The West Dragon Ring instantly turned into dust. Similarly, the half of the West Dragon Ring next to Xianxia also shook and turned into dust. With the West Dragon Ring gone, the water light protecting Bai Haojiao and Xianxia extinguished like a candle in the wind. The fire threads that had been surging around them immediately rushed into their bodies. Roar! Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly raised his hand. Without even thinking, he put the sea beast's core that Xiaohua had given him earlier into his mouth. Kacha! As the core entered his stomach, a burst of lightning appeared in Xianxia's body. Following this lightning, Xianxia's body was like lightning, and he instantly rushed out of space. It was actually the Daoist's lightning escape technique. Old turtle shell. You. Bai Haojiao's expression changed greatly. He never would have thought that the good-for-nothing in his eyes actually knew Daoist magic. And it was from this side. Bai Haojiao, don't think that I'm the same as you, that I only have eyes for the West Sea Inspector. Xianxia's voice, which was also somewhat weak, came from the bottom of the sea. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? How can a slut like you know what I'm thinking? Save me. Bai Haojiao thought of how he had secretly stepped on Xianxia, and how he had schemed against Xianxia, and how Xianxia had not responded at all. His heart was filled with incomparable regret, and he almost moaned. Huff. Unfortunately, just as he spoke, the true spirit fire annihilated him. His body turned to ashes, and his skeleton was also thrown out of space along with the fire. This little turtle actually knows Daoist magic. The fire thread had clearly rushed out of space for a few feet, and then it shrank back. Forget it. Seeing that you've worked hard, it can be considered as helping me escape. Anyway, I have enough blood spirits, so I'll spare your life. Then, Bai Haojiao's blood shadow also rushed into the pitch-black eye of the sea that was a few feet away. Under this terrifying aura, Xiaohua did not have the slightest ability to fight back. This aura was simply as grand as heaven and earth to him. The hurricane rushed out for no less than several hours, then suddenly changed direction and rushed into the eye of the sea with endless seawater. Huff. At the instant that the dragon's soul entered his body, Xiaohua felt a kind of blazing heat that he had never experienced before. Even when the origin of fire entered his body, it was not as fierce as this. His body was in pain as if it was about to melt. Actually, it was exactly what Xiaohua felt. Whether it was his hair or his Daoist robe, everything had already turned into nothingness. Only Xiaohua's phoenix body was still unyieldingly struggling. Xiaohua naturally followed the seawater and rushed into the depths of the sea. Not only that, at the moment the dragon's soul's head disappeared, a seemingly incorporeal black dot appeared from where the dragon's soul was broken. Roar! The little white dragon that was swallowing the dragon's soul was extremely frightened. It let out a miserable cry and suddenly raised its head. It didn't even dare to swallow the dragon's soul anymore and hurriedly hid in other parts of the meridians. Xiaohua's two primordial spirits were also panicking. It was as if their world was filled with an earthy yellow color. Moreover, that incomparably heavy and solid aura was born from that earthy yellow color, completely suppressing them. Earth. Earth origin. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan as he understood in his heart. Within the eye of the sea, not only was there a Buddhist formation, there was also a demonic formation. These two formations were suppressing the cultivator and the black and white gas. This cultivator was clearly suppressed by the Buddhist and demonic experts in the eye of the sea. However, beneath this cultivator, there was still a supreme Buddhist order that suppressed the dragon's soul, and the purpose of suppressing the dragon's soul was to use the dragon's soul's fire to refine the essence of earth. Presumably, the cultivator and the black and white gas didn't know that the dragon's soul still had the earth origin. Otherwise, this cultivator absolutely wouldn't have hurriedly flown out of the eye of the sea and ignored the dragon's soul. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that although the cultivator and the black and white gas was powerful, he didn't dare to provoke the fire dragon's soul. After all, that cultivator only revealed a powerful divine sense and didn't reveal himself. Perhaps, that cultivator's situation was similar to the little white dragon that was in a hurry to swallow the dragon's soul. However, no matter what the possibility was, this was the West Sea's lost treasure in name, but in reality, it was the location of the West Sea's Eye of the Sea. Under the protection of the 18 Arhat formation and the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demonic formation, it was very unlikely for it to be broken by cultivators. Even if a cultivator had the ability to break the Buddhist and demonic formations, they would certainly consider whether or not they could make a move. However, in the eyes of Xiaohua, who didn't know the situation of the three continents and had the ability to break the demonic formations, all obstacles didn't exist. It was unknown how many years ago, but it was actually broken by Xiaohua, a cultivator that didn't belong to the three continents. Only a demonic formation was broken? Only an unknown cultivator that was suppressed in the eye of the sea was saved? Xianxia didn't know, Xiaohua didn't know. Perhaps only the person who made the arrangements back then knew. Unfortunately, at this time, Xiaohua only realized that this black dot was the earth origin. An indescribable sense of danger arose in his heart. This sense of danger didn't appear even when Xiaohua encountered the so-called Eye of the Sea in the Guihe Sea. Could it be? Xiaohua turned pale with fright, thinking that this danger came from the earth origin. However, after a bit of comprehension, he couldn't help but stare blankly. The danger was actually outside. Xiaohua hastily wanted to release his divine sense and Buddhist consciousness, but unfortunately, both of them couldn't leave his body. Xiaohua looked at the pitch-black eye of the sea. Currently, he couldn't see anything clearly with his naked eyes. Moreover, his body was crazily rushing into the seemingly bottomless abyss along with waves of indescribable sobbing and a sound that was even stranger than the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Apart from the unparalleled suction force, everything was completely different from the eye of the sea he encountered before. This couldn't help but make Xiaohua's heart tremble. Open, the Buddha Saraira in Xiaohua's Naiwan palace uttered an incantation. His hands formed a Buddhist seal, then he hit the space between his eyebrows. The swastika symbol on the Saraira's forehead slowly rotated. A Buddhist light rushed into the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. When the Buddhist light passed through, the soul imprint produced by the illusion breaker Dharma eye from before slowly opened. A silver eye gradually appeared. It was exactly the same as the Dharma eye in Xiaohua's left hand. This Dharma eye was cultivated by Xiaohua using the Dharma eye of the Buddhist sect, the secret technique of the ardent fire mountain, and the brain matter of Mo Zhao in the Black Forest. Although it hadn't reached large success and couldn't reach the realm of looking up into the 9 heavens and down into the 9 underworlds, it was just like the Dharma eye from before. It could see through the flaws of arrays, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that couldn't be seen by the naked eye and divine sense. Hiss, when Xiaohua's illusion breaker Dharma eye opened, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In front of the eye of the sea, apart from the blue brilliance, there was also some gray brilliance. It was like spider silk and spider webs were blocking the blue brilliance. When the blue brilliance passed through the gray spider webs, it was cut into countless strands. It either disappeared, shrunk, or gathered together again. The blue brilliance couldn't be seen with a glance, and the gray spider webs and spider silk were even more endless. Spatial crack. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. This was the second time he saw an invisible spatial crack besides Mingxi. Although this invisible spatial crack existed in Mingxi, it was extremely rare. Moreover, the space in that place was extremely large, so it could be avoided. But in this eye of the sea, there were so many spatial cracks and the space was so small. How could Xiaohua avoid them? I can only escape from the eye of the sea. This was the only way for Xiaohua to survive. However, he also knew that this was nothing more than wishful thinking. If ordinary escape techniques could pass through this eye of the sea, then wouldn't the suppressed cultivator have already escaped? Little white dragon hurriedly flew out. It opened its mouth and swallowed the rest of the dragon's soul. Then, it roared loudly. Sparkling lights appeared on the dragon's body. Countless strange runes appeared on the dragon's body. Little white dragon's soul gradually grew bigger. Wu Xiaohua's green primordial spirit made a very strange sound. It waved its soul strand as if it was reminding little white dragon. Then, the two primordial spirits looked at the earth origin in his bones and hurriedly rushed into Xiaohua's mysterious dark clouds. After the two primordial spirits left, Xiaohua's dragon-shaped primordial spirit looked at the orange color in his bones. It seemed to be thinking about something. Then, its body suddenly turned into a line and hid in his meridians. The dragon transformation art was activated again. The blocked meridians were gradually unblocked. Spinning crazily. Xiaohua's body fell into the gray dots. This was the only ending. However, the earth origin in his body moved again after little white dragon's soul entered his meridians. The earth origin first passed through Xiaohua's body. The 13200 primordial spirits that made up his body rapidly passed through. Everywhere it passed, it would condense a strand of yellow dust. After the dust was absorbed by the primordial spirits, the primordial spirits would turn orange. After these primordial spirits turned orange, they did not stop. Strand after strand of dust continued to form until these primordial spirits were blocked. Then, the earth origin seemed to be attracted by the dragon transformation art and entered his meridians again. Similar to the tempering of the fire origin, his meridians swelled inch by inch and became blocked inch by inch until his entire meridians were completely blocked. With his meridians blocked, the dragon transformation art could no longer be activated. The earth origin finally left his meridians and moved towards his heart. At this crucial moment, a faint star flame appeared in Xiaohua's space. This star flame also had the appearance of Xiaohua. However, the expression on its face was solemn. It was extremely different from the usual Xiaohua's smiling face. Inside this star flame was the shape of a star core. Wasn't this star flame Xiaohua's primordial spirit that had merged with the heavenly Dao starry sky? Compared to before, this star core had evolved again. It did not have the appearance of a single star, but a real starry sky. Within this starry sky, many stars were flashing with each other. This primordial spirit glanced at it and seemed to see the earth origin through space. Then, the heavenly Dao primordial spirit disappeared again. Then, in the entire space, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared. This fluctuation passed through space and rushed into Xiaohua's body. As soon as the earth essence and fire essence came into contact with this fluctuation, they immediately produced similar fluctuations, and the previous boundless earth spirit chi was no longer produced. Thus, the earth origin sent out this fluctuation that resonated with the fluctuation in space. At the same time, it recklessly rushed into space. When the earth origin entered Xiaohua's space, the green-robed Xiaohua, who was refining pills, seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Go! The strand of spiritual fire that Xiaohu absorbed into his space immediately appeared in front of the earth origin. With a loud bang, a yellow spiritual fire appeared beside the pure scarlet spiritual fire. This yellow spiritual fire was as pure as before, and it was actually transparent. A dignified aura that surpassed all living things was emitted from this yellow spiritual fire that did not seem to be able to sense any heat. After the spiritual fire was ignited, there was a loud rumble. The entire space began to tremble. A kind of earth-shaking tremor appeared. Of course, the fish that fell into the whirlpool all followed the current and did not know their fate in the future. There were even some strong fish that leaped up from the current as if to show off. However, this was only the last time they showed off. The fish were immediately sucked into the abyss and never looked back. Why did I suddenly have a warning sign today? Could it be that the eye of the sea is greatly related to the future Buddha Lord? This seems to be impossible. This future Buddha Lord has actually descended, but where is he? Why did I only see a trace of it? When I look at it carefully, it is abnormally blurry and unclear. This is really strange. Since the future Buddha Lord has descended, where is my disciple? Where is he? Poor Ananda, I don't know where his obsession came from, but he actually wants to cultivate the 9 transformations golden body. I have already explained to him clearly that the 9 transformations golden body is to achieve Buddha fruit consecutively for 9 lifetimes. It is impossible to achieve one less lifetime. Moreover, as long as there is a trace of slack, the heavenly demon will enter the body. The good karma of the previous lifetimes will be tainted by the corresponding evil karma. In every life, the red lotus karmic fire would burn every inch of the golden body that he had cultivated, until the soul dissipates and no longer exists in this world. Not only that, every bodhisattva who cultivates the 9 transformations golden body not only has to cultivate Buddhism when he is alive, but also has to leave his obsession when he is in nirvana. Between life and death, he has to comprehend the true meaning of life and death. When he falls into the 6 paths of reincarnation, he has to keep the mirror clear. Only when he enters the Bodhi seed can he leave the Buddha root for the next lifetime. Under my protection, Ananda has now fully cultivated the 8 transformations golden body. Every time he reincarnates, he is also in my nirvana. Alas, in fact, should have noticed it in his previous lifetime. The protection of each lifetime has caused rebellion in his heart. This kind of obsession is inevitable when the heavenly demon resides. I was only concerned about the future Buddha Lord and neglected this matter. In this lifetime, he must have used a secret technique when he was in the depths of samsara in his previous lifetime. Either he has reincarnated into other worlds, or he has already descended into the nirvana. He did not allow me to investigate and wanted to rely on his own obsession to cultivate. What a pity, fool, is cultivation really so simple? If it is like what you think, isn't this world full of immortals and Buddhas? You have already cultivated the 8 transformations golden body, why don't you understand it? His mouth emitted a kind of pungent smell of alcohol. He was unexpectedly drunk into a complete mess. After entering the Daoist temple, Yuanya threw the cloth bag and bamboo pole on the ground. He very quickly sent the old man to the east wing. There was no need to light a candle at all. In just a moment, the old man was served to sleep. Then, Yuanya walked out again. Those seemingly ordinary eyes in this night actually emitted a kind of extremely faint green light. Yuanya only took a glance at the Daoist temple and saw Xiao Hua in the main hall. However, he didn't hurry to go to the main hall. Instead, he quickly walked to the west wing. After looking at the oil lamp, he looked at the crystal stones in the room. Then, with a strange expression, he raised the oil lamp and went to the main hall. In the main hall, Xiao Hua was still sitting cross-legged. He looked at Yuanya with a smile. "You are hungry, right?" Yuanya put the oil lamp in front of the statue. He didn't light the candle in front of the statue. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked in a low voice. "Not hungry." Xiao Hua just looked at the jade eyes. He originally wanted to answer. Unfortunately, his mind moved quickly, but his mouth was slow. Yuanya didn't wait for Xiao Hua to speak. He stretched out his hand and carefully took out another oil bag from his bosom. He took out an already cold bun from inside and put it in his mouth. Then, he handed the oil bag to Xiao Hua. Chapter 3143. Xiao Hua came out of the space and threw the water avoidance technique to the Buddha Sarira to comprehend. He then sent the spiritual fire into his meridians. Sure enough, with the spiritual fire, the refining of the earth crystal Ya milk was much faster. Not only did the spiritual light gradually expand, even his meridians were gradually expanding. There was even a lot of true qi in his meridians that turned into true essence. Good, Xiao Hua almost clapped his hands. Another spiritual fire flew out and sent to the primordial spirit of his physical body. He then withdrew from his physical body. When Xiao Hua came out and opened his eyes, he immediately felt that there was a heavy object in front of his arm. His arm seemed to have a natural reaction. He slightly stretched out his arm and the heavy object was sent flying. Good, the old man's voice immediately entered Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua stopped and looked at the situation around him. He could not help but smile. Opposite him, Yuanya was holding a broom in his hand. He was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His robe was covered in dust. The old man was standing very far away with interest. He clapped his hands and laughed. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun had already risen 3 poles. He already understood that during the time he was in the space, Yuanya came to call him. He only closed his eyes and immersed himself in the Big Dipper magical fist. Yuanya did not know that if he wanted to wake him up, he would have to compete with his Big Dipper magical fist. Although Yuanya's hands and feet were very nimble and strong, compared to him, the difference was huge. Just now, before he opened his eyes, Yuanya should have used the broom as a weapon and was naturally sent flying by his arm. Hee, Xiao Hua stopped and said with a smile, "Yuanya, sorry to offend you." Yuanya's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. His eyebrows trembled. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he did not answer. "What is your name?" At this time, the old man opened his mouth and said, "I have seen many powerful people who could defeat you with their eyes closed. I have never seen anyone like you. You are the first. I am Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "How should I address you?" "I?" The old man looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and replied, "Naturally, my surname is also Xiao. However, I cannot tell you my name. You can call me Spiritual Master Xiao." "What?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Your surname is also Xiao? Spiritual Master Xiao? Yeah. I am Daoist Master Xiao. The old man shrugged his shoulders. Daoist Xiao is my Dharma name. Of course, ordinary people also call me Daoist Xiao. Forget it, Xiao Hua was speechless. He nodded and said, I understand, Daoist Xiao. That's right, even though Xiao Hua is Daoist Xiao in the Dawn Rain continent, but in the hidden immortal continent, this Daoist Xiao is before Xiao Hua. Go and eat, Daoist Xiao waved his hand in satisfaction. Later, you and you will follow me to Longevity Town. I want to see if those bald donkeys still dare to attack me. Alas, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you move the stones in the Taoist temple yesterday. If I had brought you along, how could this old man have suffered such a huge loss? Sweat, Xiao Hua almost wanted to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He, a grand late Jindan stage cultivator, was actually going to be this so-called Daoist Zhao's hired thug. However, Xiao Daoist priest simply ignored Xiao Hua. He turned around and returned to the Daoist temple. After Xiao Hua gave all the food to Yuanya, who was somewhat in awe of him, Xiao Daoist priest walked out of the east wing wearing yesterday's clothes. How was it? Daoist Xiao shook the ground with his bamboo pole and asked after coughing twice. How was it? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. No matter how hard Xiao Hua tried, he couldn't recall them clearly. It must be the doing of the Almighty who sealed this Xiao's soul. Xiao Hua sneered. Wait until this Xiao finds an opportunity to break this seal. Then, everything from before will be known. However, the resentment in Xiao Hua's heart didn't stop the desire in his eyes. Xiao Hua's eyes wandered around the street. He really wanted to find his own story from here. Gurgle gurgle. A sound fell into Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua looked down and saw that Daoist Xiao, who was sitting behind the table, was now somewhat restless. His butt was vigorously twisting on the chair, but his eyes were occasionally glancing at the restaurant that was only a few dozen feet away from the table. Not only was there the aroma of wine and meat drifting over, there were also many people in bright clothes going in and out. Yeah. Daoist Xiao couldn't help but speak. Yes, master. Yuanya opened his eyes and lightly replied. Go to the bun shop and give master 2 buns on credit. Daoist Xiao instructed. Remember, I want pork and onion buns. Yes, Yuanya didn't say anything else and went. Xiao Hua, you're hungry too, right? Daoist Xiao asked in a low voice. I'm fine. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. This one's appetite is small, so I'm not hungry for a day after eating some. Ah, that's great. Daoist Xiao said with some envy. This old man always feels like I can't eat my fill. In a while, you can eat one of the 2 buns. This old man will eat the other one first to fill my stomach. When we have a business, this old man will treat you to the Shun restaurant. Yes, thank you, master. Xiao Hua naturally saw the name of the restaurant that was next to them. Shoo, keep a low profile. Don't call me master, call me Daoist Xiao. Daoist Xiao hurriedly said in a low voice. Yes, thank you, Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua nodded. At this moment, there was chaos on the street. A noisy voice came from afar. Quickly, quickly, the monster is here, the monster is here. Oh. Xiao Hua's ears were sharp and he had already heard it. He unconsciously looked over. About 300 meters to the right, although the street was in chaos, it wasn't the kind of panic and fear that Xiao Hua had imagined. Instead, It was a kind of chaos where people were hiding and watching the fun. The street that was originally bustling with activity became even more lively. Everyone was hiding, making way in the middle of the street. Even more people ran to the shops on the street. There were even some people who actually poked their heads out from the second and third floors of the tea houses and restaurants. Hee, as expected, it's the hidden immortal continent. It's different from Lu Zhen or Xiao Yu continent. Xiao Hua looked at all of this and sighed in his heart. It seemed like he could never see the end of the 100 forms of the world. Not long after, from the middle of the street in the distance, an ugly brawny man with a height of 2 zhang walked over. This burly man's skin was coarse, and there was only one eye on his huge head. 2 emerald green tongues would stick out from the gaping hole that resembled a mouth from time to time. Although this brawny man was wearing a silk robe and looked like a human, under that robe, there were thick feet and a long tail sticking out. It was very obvious. The brawny man's single eye looked left and right, as if he didn't understand the reaction of these people. His curled tail was still casually swinging behind him. Evildoer. Daoist Xiao stood up at an unknown time. He looked at the brawny man and coldly said, "If someone is willing to pay money, this old man will suppress him right now." Xiao Daoist master's voice was very loud. Not only did Xiao Hua hear it, but the people around him also heard it. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was the only one who paid attention. The others seemed to have turned a deaf ear. This hidden immortal continent is actually different from Xiaoyu continent. Xiao Hua also didn't take this matter to heart. While walking, he pondered, according to Suzhuoyang, this hidden immortal continent is where Confucian cultivators live. It is reasonable to say that Buddhist sects should avoid it. At the very least, they shouldn't be so arrogant, right? But this monk Ming Yu is openly walking around this longevity town. Moreover, from what the grocery store owner said, this small gold temple seems to be quite famous in Longevity Town. Those Confucian cultivators don't care? Also, these mortals in Longevity Town seem to have a very good impression of Buddhist sections. Even when they saw the demon just now, they weren't afraid. How is it that the mortals of Xiaoyu continent don't know the situation of Dao sects at all? It really is like the saying, the great Dao is 3,000. Not only for Dao sects, but also for Buddhist sects, Confucian cultivators, Dao sections. Even that demon seems to be within the great Dao. Xiao Hua understood, what Buddhist sects emphasize is to enter the secular world. In this secular world, one can see through the secular world and comprehend the good fortune of Buddhism. But, what about Confucian cultivators? Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua stopped. He looked at the few children who were playing around and smilingly went over to ask. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know where those Confucian cultivators were, but when the slightly older child heard Xiao Hua ask where there were scholars, he immediately became excited. He smiled and pointed to the east of Longevity Town, saying that it was inside Longevity Academy. Moreover, these children weren't afraid of strangers. They actually wanted to pull Xiao Hua's hand and bring him over. However, when Xiao Hua heard the children say that they were going to walk for an hour, he immediately waved his hand and gave each of the children a spirit jujube that didn't have enough spirit qi. Then, he turned around and walked back. He came out under the guise of buying steamed buns on credit. If he really went back for an hour, Daoist Xiao would really think that he had left. After turning the corner, there was a place that sold rice. There weren't many women going in and out, each of them carrying bamboo baskets or cloth bags. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He immediately had an idea. He looked around and walked to the side of the store. He found a shabby cloth bag and with a wave of his hand, some rice seeds fell into the bag. Then, he leisurely walked in. Not long after, Xiaohua came out with half a string of copper coins in his hand. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Actually, not all of Longevity Town's residents are like the owner of a grocery store. Xiaohua looked at the street in front of him and laughed in his heart. The owner of this rice shop didn't wait for this Xiao to open his mouth and immediately asked for some rice. Even if he accepted the rice, he still gave a few extra copper coins. Looking at those children just now, this world isn't as bad as this Xiao thought. Soon after, Xiaohua started walking again. He didn't go back the way he came. He still wanted to see more of Longevity Town's situation. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated his sense of direction. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, he saw that there were fewer people on the street, more trash on the roadside, and even fewer shops on the street. I'm really successful. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the distance. It seemed to be where people lived. He sighed and was about to release his soul sense. At this time, a pa sound rang in his ears. Following this sound was a low moaning sound, and there were even sounds of begging for mercy. These sounds were extremely soft, but in Xiaohua's ears, they were extremely clear. Oh! Xiaohua was astonished. He scanned with his soul sense and couldn't help but frown. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua walked across the street and entered a shabby door. He then passed through several deserted courtyards and arrived in front of a small courtyard. This courtyard was several zhang in size. There was a pile of unknown junk in the courtyard. A crooked tree that was about to die was standing in the corner of the courtyard under the scorching noon sun. At this moment, a young boy was tied to the crooked tree. Beside him were two strong men in their 30s. Their chests were open, revealing their chest hair and fat flesh. They held a stick as thick as a thumb in their hands. They were hitting the boy's head, face, and body with the stick one after another. The pa sound, the low moaning, and the begging came from the boy's mouth. This boy was the one Xiaohua saw on the street. That thief. Master. Without waiting for Xiaohua to enter the courtyard, an even weaker voice came from the shabby house in the courtyard. I beg you. Spare my big brother. He hasn't eaten in 2 days. In order to treat my illness. So it's like this. Without waiting for the voice to finish speaking, an arrogant voice called out, I was wondering why Lu Gu was giving us so little money these days. So it was all given to you, this little wench. Master. The boy called Lu Gu weakly called out, I've always given you what I should. The money used to treat Xiao Yun's illness is my own money. Your own money? The other man hit Lu Gu's cheek with his stick, leaving a trace of blood on his cheek. At the same time, a stream of blood flowed from the boy's mouth. Your money is my money. It's already noon today, how come I don't see a single copper coin? What about yesterday and the day before? You don't seem to have paid enough. If you have money to treat this wild girl, why don't you give it to me? Xiao Yun isn't a wild girl. She's my little sister. The boy coldly snorted and endured the pain. Of course, it's precisely because there are so many opportunities that if you don't grab hold of them as your last destined marriage, you might regret it for the rest of your life. If you remember today, and remember what this old man said just now, you'll blame this old man even more for not giving you directions, for not enlightening you of these mazes. Daoist master, since it's like this, why don't you enlighten me? A clear and indifferent voice sounded. This little girl was able to meet Daoist master Xiao here. According to Daoist Master Xiao, isn't this also a kind of fate? Yes, this old man came here to experience the world of mortals, to enlighten the world's infatuated men and women, to prevent them from regretting it for the rest of their lives. Daoist Master Xiao said righteously, however, this is a heavenly secret. If this old man were to easily reveal it, I would be punished by the heavens. Please speak, this little girl understands. The girl smiled again and said, Qing Huan, give Daoist Master Xiao some incense money. There were no undefeated generals in the gladiator arena. In a duel, Yuanya was seriously injured by his opponent and almost lost his life. At that time, he met Daoist Xiao and was brought out of the gladiator arena by Daoist Xiao. As for how the penniless Daoist Xiao persuaded the owner of the gladiator arena, Yuanya, who was unconscious at that time, did not know. Later, under Xiao Hua's care, Yuanya finally recovered. After that, he followed Xiao Hua and drifted in hidden immortal continent. A few years ago, Xiao Hua brought Yuanya to the Daoist temple in Immortal Town. He suddenly had an idea and decided to stay in the Daoist temple. Unconsciously, Xiao Hua felt even more pity for Yuanya, secretly thinking, yes, in Yuanya's eyes, there is only survival and becoming stronger is for survival. When he saw the Big Dipper God fist, he knew that this was a path that would make him stronger, so he immediately wanted to leave, wanting to live a better life. His way of thinking is very simple, he doesn't have any distracting thoughts like a sect or a master. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the Changbai sects by Fei he met in the past, that cultivator who seems to be somewhat despicable, disregarding the outcome of the battle, only putting his own interests at the forefront. Isn't Bai Fei's actions somewhat similar to Yuanya's? It can even be said that they are essentially the same. It's all for survival. Forget it. Xiao Hua sighed, I wonder how Bai Fei, Shi Wuming, Meng Tian, and Roa Taohong are doing now. Did they go to that place? Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Since Bai Fei could enter the Changbai sect and cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, why can't Yuanya cultivate as well? Moreover, this Xiao was forced to have no place to hide in the Xiaoyu mainland, wasn't it because of the Immortal Music sect and the Immortal Ascension Gate? A sect's strength is always greater than a single person, this Xiao can face two sects alone, it's better to lead a sect to face them. Xiaoyu mainland's Fortune Gate, after 100 years of development, did it survive? Or was it destroyed by others? What is Zhong Haoran's fate? Since Zhong Haoran can think of building a fortune gate on the Xiaoyu mainland, and he can also create the Heavenly Talisman sect, why can't this Xiao rebuild a fortune gate on the hidden immortal mainland? Xiao Hua's thoughts unconsciously soared. Moreover, in the three mainlands, there are many things to be done for Taoism. Isn't this the time for this Xiao to show off his skills? Also, this Xiao came from the Xiaoyu mainland to the three mainlands through the space meridian, isn't this karma? Or this Xiao inexplicably came here because the heavens want to borrow this Xiao's hands to revitalize the Dao sect? With the three mainlands as a foundation, and a fortune gate with thousands of disciples, perhaps. Xiao Hua thought of Jiao Xia in disbelief, can help Jiao Xia accomplish what she wants? Master. Just as Xiao Hua thought of Jiao Xia's beautiful face again, Yuanya annoyingly woke Xiao Hua up. Xiao Hua looked at Yuanya in annoyance and asked, What? Master, what are you thinking about? Yuanya was very curious, you have a very strange smile on your face. Oh. Strange smile, what do you mean? Xiao Hua didn't understand. It's the smile of a fox when it sees a chicken coop. Yuanya pointed out the little fox in Xiao Hua's heart without holding back. Go away, Xiao Hua waved his hand, what does a little child know? Master. Yuanya opened his mouth again. When did I let you call me master? Xiao Hua didn't agree again. Yuanya felt wronged and said in a low voice, You already agreed when I called you master just now. I didn't pay attention just now. Xiaohua said indifferently, "It's not that easy to call me master. First, you have to ask Daoist Xiao, he is your current master. You can only ask me after he agrees." Good, Yuanya was very excited when he heard Xiaohua agree. He almost jumped up. "I will wake master up now. Don't be anxious. It's not a matter of a moment." Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the afternoon street. There weren't many people left, presumably the afternoon heat had made them stay in their houses. Even in the stalls and shops on the side of the street, whether it was the staff or the customers, they were all listless. "I also want to know, what did Daoist Xiao teach you?" Xiaohua glanced at Daoist Xiao, who was still sleeping on the table, and asked. "This." Yuanya hesitated when he heard this. When Xiaohua saw this, he immediately smiled and said, "If it's not convenient to say, then don't say it." "No," Yuanya said with some distress, "I was thinking, what did master teach me all these years? Why do I have to call him master?" "Ah." Xiaohua was shocked. "Daoist Xiao didn't teach you anything?" "Master seems to have taught me a lot, but I have never seen anything like master's martial arts." Yuanya said with some distress, "He didn't even teach me anything that could increase my strength. This is also the reason why I want to learn from master after seeing him display his martial arts." "So it's like this." Xiaohua understood a little. Maybe Daoist Xiao saved Yuanya because he wanted to make him his guard? "Master, what else do you want to ask?" Yuanya looked at Xiaohua very carefully. A beast's instinct told him that this person in front of him was not only safe, but could also make him stronger. He had to seize this opportunity. "Nothing." Xiaohua looked at this young man who was not only simpler than cultivators, but also more simple than ordinary people. He really didn't know what he wanted to know. "Oh, right, what instrument did you play last night?" This Xiao heard. "You seem to have something on your mind." Xiaohua suddenly thought of the instrument Yuanya played last night. "That instrument is called sun. It was given to me by someone." It was rare for Yuanya to be a little embarrassed. His eyes, which had never changed, suddenly widened. It seemed that his mood had changed. "But this is my secret. If master wants me to say it, then I can only tell master." "Ha." Xiaohua laughed when he heard this. He looked at Yuanya, who was feeling uneasy because of the threat in his words, and waved his hand. "Since it's your secret, it's fine if you don't tell this Xiao." "And this Xiao is not your master?" "Yes, master." Yuanya was a little disappointed, but his answer was still the same. Longevity Academy is a Confucian cultivator, and has nothing to do with Buddhist sect or Daoist sect. There's no need for them to get involved, right? Moreover, since the Immortal and Buddha ceremony is in 10 days, your Longevity Academy and small gold temple can freely exchange pointers. Why are you pulling my Daoist sect in for no reason? Are Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators joining hands again? Hee, Daoist priest Xiao is thinking too much. Principal Zhu smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "The Immortal and Buddha ceremony that is held once every 10 years is merely a tradition of my hidden immortal continent and Western paradise. It is to celebrate that time in ancient times when the 3 continents joined hands. Now, who knows how many years have already passed. This Daoist sect has already lost many other Daoist sect. Why is Daoist priest thinking too much?"